everyone, and good morning to everyone. Welcome to our first edition of Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad, day 2. Today is our second day of the edition. This is our first edition of Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad, and we are looking at making this as a property. My name is Munish Chawla, and I am the co-founder and chief happiness officer of our startup Jeevitam, a tech-enabled livelihood platform impacting vulnerable segments and by finding sustainable livelihood. Jeevitam is a Sanskrit name for livelihood, and as a startup, we have been working in the livelihood space for around 3 years now. We always felt that the way we look at solving the problem of livelihood, saving lives and saving livelihood has been the focus of everyone since the onset of this crisis. We felt there was a need to relook the way we help people find sustainable livelihood. There was a change to be there was a change required, a parivartan we call it, to look at the way we are looking at livelihood, number one, and number two, it required deliberations, a samvad. Okay, so that's where that's what the genesis of our first edition of Parivartan Livelihood Samvad. Yesterday we had a very very good session wherein panelists from across industry, panelists from academia, panelists from CSR and Foundation Universe. We had our five-side, our keynote speaker session yesterday, which was done by Mr. Ramesh Kalasam. The launch of the this session was done by our Chairman Advisory Board, Mr. Mulidharan Rajamani. We had Joyita in our first fireside, Joyita Das, head IBM CSR Skill Build. She was a part of the fireside chat session yesterday, and then we had 4 sessions. First session was on how innovation required to reach the masses, especially in the context of government focus to ensure 100% beneficiaries happening. We had Lata Gautam from Labor Ministry and Mr. Raghu from Catalyst Group, who was part of the first session. Second session, we spoke about how gig economy workers, gig economy jobs has to be relooked when we are looking at solving the problem of livelihood. Mr. Manoj Jain, who was the MD of Shriram Life Insurance, and Ramesh Kalasam, they gave their perspective onto it. One of the finding was Mr. Manoj Jain, Shriram Life Insurance itself needs around 10 lakh financial advisors. He said we need million financial advisors, and life insurance industry, as per him, need 1 crore financial advisors. So there is a quite very eye-opening session for the gig economy workers, how the livelihood has to be looked into. Our next session was on how we can increase women workforce participation in India. There we had Mr. Manoj Balachandran, who was the head CSR for IBM India. We had Vanita Datla, who is the chairman Elico Group from the industry. She gave, and then we have Rati from Milan Foundation, who gave her perspective especially from the rural mindset. Beti bachao, beti padhao, beti ko swalambi banao. I think that was the focus area, and we discuss the concrete ways where we can definitely do our bit in increasing the women workforce participation. And last session was wherein Mr. Sunil Daya from Wadhwani Foundation and Charu Kapoor from NIT Foundation gave the CSR perspective and the role of CSR in helping people find livelihood, through skilling and other initiatives. It was a very encouraging session. There is a definite change which has happened in the last 2 years, where CSR, which was on the fringe side, has taken mainstream now, and corporates are looking at CSRs as a important way to help and contribute in livelihood space. So it was a pretty good session, and we are going to bring out a white paper host this session. Today, again, I am looking at exciting discussion. We had over 250 plus participants yesterday, and I'm seeing the number is increasing. Okay, we are looking at over 300 people participating today also, and these are the people from CSR Universe, from academia, from our partner network. We have people from Skilling Universe, and we have people from our startups and corporate universe join. So there is a diverse set of people who yesterday came in, and we are looking forward for more number coming today also. Our first session today, we have Mr. Hrishikesh Patankar, who is the CEO of Cse Academy. I am very happy to welcome Mr. Hrishikesh. Hrishikesh, I met a couple of years back, Hrishikesh, and in my first meeting, I was very, very impressed by him. By a sheer, modesty he has. He's the humbleness which he carries. He is a very senior person. He is carrying a lot of responsibilities at CSC. He is a CEO there, but a very, very humble person. Very, very, he is a very passionate person. He is passionate about the cause. He is the driving force behind CSC. He is the person who is taking CSC to the next heights. Many of us do not know CSC, Common Service Centers. I think the kind of phenomenal work CSC has done in the recent past, this is the CSC is the go-to arm for the government when it looks into execution and implementation of all the government schemes which are there. And there is so much work being done which we don't know, right? And every time I meet Mr. Hrishikesh, right, for me, it's a learning experience. For me, it is something which I take inspiration from him every time I meet him, right? He's a fitness enthusiast. I'll give a brief introduction about Mr. Hrishikesh. Though I just shared something about him. Mr. Hrishikesh is a digital transformation specialist with over 21 years of experience. He's having a doctorate. He's NET qualified with 3 master's degrees in computer science, IT, ex-NAVEC, ex-Digital India Corporation, highly accomplished in strategic planning, e-governance, ICT for development. He has filed number of patents, member of the e-government Index Monitoring Committee, Government of India, member of Project Review and Steering Group for Government Projects. He's a sports enthusiast. He stays in Greater Noida. I also stay in Greater Noida. And as I say, when I say inspiration, he's a fitness enthusiast. He cycles over 100 kilometers every week. Every time I see him, the fitness which he brings into, I think that basically he's a Ironman VR 70.3 and super randonneur SR in cycling. He'll explain that. Half marathon runner, nationals in shot put. So I think a very warm welcome to you, Hrishikesh sir. This session, I could not think of anyone else when we were looking at the fireside session other than you. So very warm welcome to you, Hrishikesh sir.
Thank you very much, Manis.
Thank you. So Hrishikesh sir, as I said, CSC is doing a phenomenal work, right? Actually, when I was introduced to you, CSC, through IBM, and when I was introduced to IBM, right? Okay, for me it was an eye opener. I myself did not know what was CSC till the time 2 years back I met you, okay, and I met them, and since then, you have invited me to so many forums, so many seminars which you keep doing, and there is so much to learn and understand from you and this kind of work CSC is doing. So my first question to you will be, what is CSC and what kind of work CSC is doing, right? I'm sure all the audience over here, they will also like to know about the work about CSC, and you are the CEO of Cse Academy. So what kind of work CSC is doing, sir?
First of all, I would like to thank the whole Jeevitam team Vikas ji, yourself and Sridhar ji for giving this opportunity to speak in front of the learned participants who have joined today morning. So a very good morning to everyone. I'll start with the background of Common Service Centers. Common Service Centers is a scheme which was designed by Government of India. It started taking its shape in 2006, but actual movement has happened only after 2014. And before that, there were a lot of issues on sustainability and whether CSCs will sustain or not. 2009, CSC Governance Services India Limited, a company was established by Ministry of Electronics and IT, largely to take e-governance to the doorstep of the people. When we say doorstep or to the households, we say that every service, people need not go to a government office, but most of the e-governance services and the services which citizens generally need, they should be delivered at the home. And that is what our Honorable Prime Minister also says, Sarkar Aapke Dwar. It means the government is at your doorstep now. You just need to maybe pay a facilitation fee or on a click of a button, you get those services. So Common Service Center was established as a special purpose vehicle by Ministry of Electronics and IT. Central government holds a golden share in the organization, and CSCs are largely part of the Digital India program after 2014. So after, in the year 2014, Government of India integrated all the IT and IT related projects into a national level program called the Digital India program. And you see the orange and white logo of Digital India. And Honorable Prime Minister announced and launched this scheme in 2014. And next month, actually, July 1st to 7th, Government of India is also planning to celebrate Digital India Week. So I think many of you might be interested to understand what are the technologies which have taken shape, or what kind of implementation or what kind of new projects Government of India is implementing under the Digital India umbrella. I think that would be useful. Coming back to the CSC channel, we are largely part of the Digital India initiative. Right now, Common Service Centers number approximately 5 lakh. 500,000, 5 lakh centers are there, and these centers are spread across the country. There are nearly 750 plus districts. There are 6,500 blocks or talukas we call. There are 2.5 lakh gram panchayats and 6.5 lakh villages in the country. So if you want, if you want to basically implement any scheme on such a large scale, you need to have presence in all these panchayats, districts, villages in order to implement any program or touch the lives of the common man who is maybe living in those villages. So that is how the scheme was designed. And right now, common service centers are across all the gram panchayats and villages, and we are basically serving more than 400 services on our platform. So these services range from education, skill development, healthcare, banking, insurance, then a lot of government to citizen services, in pension services, and a lot of social schemes. After the pandemic, CSCs have enabled themselves to support in terms of financial inclusion, as you were saying earlier, Muni sir. And there is a lot of movement in terms of people actually using the common service centers in order to get those services. So we do large business in terms of banking, insurance, and many other opportunities which are there. So this is how the system works. We have around 2,500 people across the country. We have 3 people at the district level who are implementing or help implement a particular program on the ground. So that is the structure how we work with. And all these verticals, which are healthcare, insurance, banking, education, skill development, agriculture, e-mobility. Now we have introduced a new vertical called e-mobility for electric vehicles as well as charging stations. So these are the centers at the ground level who are equipped with all the necessary IT infrastructure, internet broadband connection, power backup, and there are operators who are at the centers who provide these services to the citizens of the country. So that is how the system works, sir.
I think, see, well, my experience with you and, working with the VLEs and CSC is phenomenal, right? And, you break all the myths which is there, CSC, which is for the government, which comes into that, okay, you are a government department. I see you much more, above even the corporate, best of corporates. I'm from the corporate world, right? In terms of, planning, in terms of implementation, execution, you are far ahead of many, sir. What is that, we have been seeing recent past, right? Our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, talking about reaching out the schemes to the 100% beneficiaries, right? I think that is something which he's in all the newspaper ads which we see coming regularly in the media, we see, I think you have a very important role to play, right, into this, because 40% of, correct me, sir, if I'm right, 40% of Aadhaar enrollment has been done by CSC only, right? So I believe there is a phenomenal work to be done by you with the Prime Minister directive. What is that, is driving you now? How you're looking at reaching out to 100% beneficiaries now?
So as I mentioned, CSCs are part of the Digital India program. So it basically envisages digital infrastructure as a utility to every citizen. So we have a high-end internet connectivity at the rural areas through which delivery of services are given to the citizens. Also, governance and services on demand. That is an important aspect where citizens want a particular service, and the service is seamlessly integrated and through various departments and agencies and state government. And in real time, these services are given to the citizens. Also, a lot of digitally transformed services are now coming in. We have seen the COVID application and many such applications, Ayushman Bharat scheme, and many other schemes which are working specifically for the social sector and enabling the citizens at the last mile. The third important aspect of this is digital empowerment of citizens. So there are a lot of schemes like digital literacy program, availability of resources in local languages, participative governance, and inclusion. Then maybe citizens would not like to visit a government office. No one likes to visit a government office, and they would like to have services delivered at their home. So I think that is the thing now. In fact, Delhi government has started the home delivery of services. There are few services which Delhi government has actually identified, which are delivered to the people at their home. So similarly, many other states are also taking such initiatives. I think this will be good because for inclusion and for growth, these services and transparency becomes more important in terms of implementation. And CSCs as a whole are across the country. So the government leverages these CSCs for implementation or maybe advocacy awareness campaigns for their many schemes. And we also try to help and support the departments, the ministries in terms of implementation of their programs.
See, as I keep saying, a lot of people are still not aware about CSC, and I have interacted with you. We were introduced by IBM CSR skill build to you, right? And when I came to you, I see you're doing a lot of phenomenal work with the CSRs also. I recently attended a summit organized by you, a CSR summit organized by CSC. I was part of that summit also. A lot of people are not aware also about the work being done by CSC on the CSR side, right? How you are, integrating yourself, right? Because, in the CSR universe, because, a lot of money which is available in the CSR universe needs to get channelized through institution like yours, CSC, right? And again, I have a firm belief that CSC has a big role to play on the CSR side also, because ultimately, in one of the things which came out in our yesterday's session with the CSRs was, impact is what the focus now, outcome, right? Everyone is looking at outcome, and what better person than CST to show that, deliver that outcome, right? So when it comes to CSR universe, when it comes to, you know, integrating with the way CSR works, how CSC is positioning itself?
So CSC established a society basically in 2017. Apart from that, we have two more group companies called CSC Wi-Fi Chopal, which is an internet service provider, ISP, helping Ministry of Communications for O&M for the BharatNet. And the other organization we established in during the pandemic, actually, called the CSC Gramin E-Store. It is a vocal for local and a hyper local marketplace where we are connecting the rural citizens with the manufacturers or service providers so that they can get the services delivered at the rural India, not the urban or semi-urban areas. So coming back to CSC Academy, this was established in 2017. It is a society and it's almost fifth year running now. We have domain experts, people from academia, industry, civil society on the board of the organization. And we have been specifically focusing on capacity building of our village level entrepreneurs who basically manage the common service center at the rural level. Second important aspect is e-learning space and the digital learning arena. And the third important aspect is projects related to education, healthcare, skills, and livelihood generation. These are the largely the three objectives in which CSC Academy works. Since we already have these 5 lakh centers, we are able to implement any program on the ground very easily. Apart from that, we have around 6,000 centers at the block or the taluka levels. So what happens is these centers are slightly at a higher level than the other CSCs. So they have a good training infrastructure, they have connectivity and all that. So some of the training programs, some of the handholding which needs to be done with the beneficiaries, that can actually work through these things. Also, since we have 3 people at the district level, we are able to monitor any program at the granularity very well. So district level, block level, gram panchayat level, village level. So all this hierarchy is maintained. And we are able to identify where are the gaps or why a particular district or why a particular state is doing very well in terms of implementation, others are not able to do. So such cases we identify and try to try to mitigate those risks if they are and try to solve the problems. Apart from that, we are also working with corporates and UN agencies as well in order to implement such programs in the area of healthcare, education, livelihood generation.
I think that is phenomenal, sir. So, again, one myth, right? One thing which I've been dealing with a lot of CSRs and foundations of late, and I keep talking about the work CSC is doing with everyone, right? And for many people, it becomes an eye opener. They are not aware about it. So, if today's CSR or any foundation, wants to implement its programs, implements their own focus in terms of resources, can CSC is eligible to take the money from the CSRs?
Yes, since we already have a society, we are so all those mandatory compliance requirements are with us. We are also have a FCRA currently valid, which can be utilized. So our implementation side is strong, and we would be able to partner with organizations if there is any joint project or a larger project where there are multiple stakeholders. So such kind of projects we would be interesting in order to implement it, and many such organizations who would like to partner with us in order to reach the geography and hinterlands of the country. We would be more than happy to collaborate with them in a joint project in order to implement such projects where we basically empower the citizens at the grassroots level.
So, a very clear message from you for all the CSRs. There are a lot of people from CSR who are part of the audience today. A clear message to everyone coming from Mr. Rishikesh is that yes, they have all the requisite approvals. Okay, they are FCRA compliant, and there is nothing what they can, they are all, if any CSR which is for the welfare of the people, right? All the CSR initiatives which are for the welfare of the people, to reach out to those people whom you want to impact. I think CSC Foundation, CSC is going to be a big multiplier for that. I think that is the message which we are getting from you. Rishikesh sir, see, the task which is in your hand, and this is my last question to you for this particular thing, is not easy, right? Reaching out to the beneficiaries, and also we are working with you very, very closely on the livelihood space, because that is over there, right? How you see, what is the role of you see for partners like us and the other people who are there, because there are people from academia, people from startups and corporate world, people from skilling universe who are there, right? What is the message for you, for everyone, how they should look at CSC to do whatever you are planning to do?
I think partnership and networking is important. So many stakeholders would have certain USPs which the other organization or other partners do not have. So when there is a partnership or a joint project which gets implemented, these organizations basically come with those strengths, and as well as that experience which maybe a single organization might not have. So such coming together of all such startups in this ecosystem, or maybe a player from the government side, or maybe an industry side, or civil society, or maybe academics, that actually brings in the whole ecosystem where we can work together, we can share ideas, brainstorm, and try to largely solve a problem which all are seeking to find a solution for. So I think this is most important, where we all get together and try to implement a project in a joint way, and all the stakeholders also get benefited out of that. Sure.
I think that is good. I am now leaving floor open for everyone, right? If anyone has questions, this is an opportunity for you to ask. So, Katyani, please leave the floor open, and if there are any questions, Rashmi, just let us know, Vikas.
Sure, sir.
Rishikesh sir, I'd like to ask you something, and in fact, for the benefit of our audience here. It was an eye-opener, as Munish said, when we connected with CSC and saw the kind of work which is being done, and specifically in the field of livelihood as well, right? How to match opportunities with the right set of people as per their skill set, as per their qualifications, and give them the opportunity. A person sitting in a remote area can still look at an opportunity in that area, or maybe in a metro, right, through CSC centers. So a little bit more on this, sir, as to how the citizens can approach their CSC centers and can benefit from this piece, sir. If you can shed a little more light on that.
So as I mentioned, there are over 5 lakh common service centers across spread across length and breadth of the country. There's something called as a Csc Locator, which is an app also and a web portal also. And people can actually identify a common service center near to their vicinity. So this is CSCs are basically a facilitation or assisted mode actually. So all the services are actually available online as well. So citizens who have access to digital devices or digital connectivity can actually avail the services themselves also. There are certain special services or specific services which are not available directly to the citizen, and they are basically delivered through the common service center. There might be certain central government services which are getting delivered, or maybe there are certain state government services which are getting delivered. So center acts as a facilitation model or assisted mode for the citizens who are on the other side of the digital divide. So people can actually come on to a CSC center, pay for their maybe bill or a utility bill for availing a particular service in education, or maybe pay fees for school, or pay fee for a college, or maybe avail a loan from CSC, or maybe take cash out from the CSC or from the banking kiosk. So all these services are there. So there is a small commission which is given to the Common Service Center, and the citizens also get benefited because immediately there are the citizen gets services at the same time. So this helps a citizen in order to get the service, and without much traveling from here to there, and maybe that saves their time also, their energy also, and they get satisfied also from the service. So everything is transparent and is fixed prices for each of these services which are given.
Perfect, sir. With 5 lakh CSC centers across the country in this network, I think one doesn't have to travel too far to find a CSC center. I mean, just next door, likelihood is what somebody will is going to find. So great, sir. I think it's a great initiative. Thank you so much.
Rishikesh, last question to you, right? This is just to, leave a lot of people open their mouth, I understand the kind of thing, right? Can you just throw some numbers, right? In terms of, because when I hear those numbers now, I said, okay, because 5 lakh centers, as rightly said by Vikas, there is, you are at every stone throw away distance, there is a CSC center, right? That's the way which is there. Can you share some numbers, with everyone, the kind of work you have done?
Sir, I can share some of the interesting statistics actually.
Yeah, that is something which I want you to do.
Yeah, right now, India is actually amongst the top 2 countries globally on many dimensions of digital adoption. If you see, we have 135 crore people. So almost 1.3 billion people are there in the country, and we are one of the world's largest unique digital identity program. The Aadhaar program is one of the world's largest. We are number 1 in terms of unique digital identity program. Similarly, if you talk about Android app downloads in the country, India is number 1 in terms of Android app downloads per person. In fact, if you see the current TRAI report also, there are 1.16 billion people who are mobile phone subscribers. There are more than 300 million smartphones, and almost 300 million plus people on the social media. So that is the unique aspect. In terms of CSC's role, CSC is out of 135 crore, almost 26 crore Aadhaar enrollment has been done by CSC. We are one of the largest player in terms of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. For the Pradhan Mantri healthcare scheme, that is the Ayushman Bharat scheme, we have almost done 8 crore Ayushman Bharat cards for the citizens of the country. We have enrolled nearly 15 crore people on e-Shram portal of Ministry of Labour. Right now, recently we will be rolling out the registration of Agniveers for the Agnipath program, which is launched by Ministry of Defence. So these are some of the numbers I want to.
The moment, I hear this, my mouth is always open. Wow, right, which is there. eKYC, when it comes to the eKYC of the farmers, okay, or when it comes to any government department implementation, I think CSC is at the forefront and CSC is leading it, right? I think this is, I keep saying to everyone, right, you are a very CSC, all the VLEs there, all your team, sir, you are all unsung heroes for us, right? Okay, the kind of phenomenal work you have done, I think we have a lot of respect and regard for you, sir, and for the entire team which you are carrying. And as I say, if I have to approach you, right, it is very simple, and you are always approachable, and I'm so thankful to you, Rishikesh sir, for giving us time today for this fireside chat session. I think it's time for us to close this session. Now we are going to get into next session. Rishikesh sir, you are there for the next session also, which is basically talking about your favorite subjects. So we are the CEO of the Cse Academy. You are wearing that hat also. So we said, why not you? We have going to have the other speakers also. Rashmi, is Mrs. Supreet there?
Yeah, sir. Supreet sir and Srikant sir, both of them are here.
Yeah. So a very warm welcome to you, sir, Mr. Supreet and Mr. Srikant sir, for this session, which is here today. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning, Manish and everyone. Good morning, Rishikesh. Good morning, Srikant. How are you?
So happy to see you, sir. I met you recently at one of the CSR summit, organized by CSC only. And Mr. Supreet, you really stood out to me, right? And of all the speakers there, I reached out to you and I said to you, and we have been interacting since then. And when we were looking at this particular today's session, right? So we could not think of besides Rishikesh sir and Srikant sir. Okay, we were very clear that we are going to have you onto this forum. So Rishikesh sir and Supreet sir and Mr. Srikant sir, a very warm welcome to you to this very important session. This session was supposed to be moderated by Sridhar, but he took off from he's in Delhi and he went off to place where he was supposed to take digitally. There is some problem he's facing there. So he asked me to, requested me to, in the interim, moderate the session. So he will join as soon as it is there. These are the part of the digital challenges which we face. So I will, give up for everyone who is joined recently, right? We have right now over 234 participants. And for everyone, sir, Mr. Supreet, sir, and Mr. Srikant, sir, for your own thing, this is a day 2 of Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad, wherein basically we have brought in the industry leaders, to share their perspectives on how we can reimagine livelihood, right? Basically, a change is required in the way we seek livelihood, okay? The way we help people find sustainable livelihood. And one of the ways for people to find livelihood is through education. There is a lot of change which has happened in the recent past, especially in the context of the new education policy, which has come in, where a lot of emphasis is being given on the vocational skilling, right? Because way the education was being given in the past, right? It was not helping people find livelihood. It was not helping people, there was a skilling ministry came in just to help people, be industry ready, is something which was a particular big mess which was happening. So today's topic, which we are talking about is how we can reimagine the vocational skilling and reimagine the way people seek livelihood, especially while they are still in their school, even, right? If they are in school in class 11th or 12th, even my daughter who is in class 12th, example, I keep giving her example. While she was in 11th, she started her own cloud kitchen, and she earns 15,000 a month, working from home, okay, and delivering cakes and other bakery products, which is there. And she's in a very different state altogether. Her confidence level, the way she looks at whole things. So this whole vocational skilling, right? She did it on her own. There was no one who actually gave her those skills. It was her initiative, some push from my side. And here she is an entrepreneur, right? And I see after she became her own, she is a different person. So I think this is the topic of this session. I will introduce. I've done the introduction of Rishikesh sir. So I will just in a quick way introduce Mr. Supreet first. Mr. Supreet is a business head with excellent sales and marketing skills and entrepreneurial approach and experience of turning around underperforming businesses. He has a proven skills in creating and managing alliances and strategic partnership, as well as conceptualizing new initiatives to drive brand building sales. Ability to lead and motivate multi-location and cross-functional teams is his forte, right? He's specialist in change management, people management, consulting-led selling approach, strategic sales, business development, CXO relevance. I can go on for you, Supreet. There's so much to learn from you, and a very warm welcome to you, Supreet. Then we have Mr. Srikant Sinha. I'm speaking to Srikant sir for the first time, and I've heard so much about Mr. Srikant Sinha sir from Binali, who is our colleague and Chief Partnership Officer. Mr. Srikant Sinha, he is the CEO at Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. He is presently the CEO of a leading non-profit organization, champion of the cause of collaborative CSR. He is leader in tech for good space, aims to bridge digital divide and promote grassroots innovations, an advocate of inclusive India with 30 years of consistent multicultural global experience. A very warm welcome to you, Srikant sir, for this session. I'm now going to, yeah, thank you, sir. A very warm welcome to you, sir. So, sir, I'm going to start with Rishikesh, sir, with you. Okay, you are the CEO of Cse Academy, and you are, firsthand with the changes which has come in with the new education policy. Okay, when it comes to vocational education, what is your views about the, how you see this new education policy is going to change the vocational skilling side for the students across India, and what is CSC doing for that?
Thank you, sir. I think national education policy is a revolution in itself, and I was fortunate to interact with few of the members who have been part of the committee who drafted the national education policy. And I think this is a revolution, and the current government, I must credit all the academia and the stakeholders who have been involved in this policy. In fact, vocational education in many schools have been not given that particular focus. But after pandemic, we have seen there's a lot of emphasis on online learning and a kind of blended learning which has come out. So I think this approach must be used in order to for the students to use maybe vocational skills, and a student is now able to pursue 2 courses at the same time, the new UGC guidelines says, and students are able to pursue courses in mother tongue. I think these 2 revolutionary decisions will surely help the students at the ground level in order to move ahead. And the possibility of actually offering a vocational course through a open distance learning mode is, I think, an important step forward, because many a times we see that under the vocational education curriculum, there is a lot of practical work or some kind of hands-on training which needs to be taken up. And many times such facilities are not available at the school level or maybe at the higher level as well. So many students are deprived of such things. So I think NEP clearly says that and identifies that the possibility of such open modes where there will be a blended learning and there will be collaborative learning between different organizations. And the Ministry of Education constituting specifically a committee for integration of vocational education also is an important decision under the whole system. In fact, the incubation centers and actually the practice oriented courses will have more focus in terms of students understanding the concepts and trying to move ahead with their careers. And the standards actually, which will basically align with the international standard classification of occupations, that also significantly improves the overall stability of the student in terms of getting the livelihood. And lastly, the credit linkage, which becomes important today, because after the Agnipath scheme has been recently announced, there also these discussions are happening, how to basically provide livelihoods after the soldiers come out. I think this is from my side.
I think this is very interesting, sir. I have, the very important aspect and the practical aspect which is there is the implementation of any policy which comes in, right? And the openness which NEP has come out with, right? Like the blended learning today. I can't insist on a student to travel someplace which is not feasible. And I think this crisis has opened digital way of learning as a very important element onto it. I think that's going to play a very, very vital role. EdTech firms are going to play a very vital role. I have Supreet with me, right? And Supreet, when I heard him in the last CSC seminar, and I was awestruck with the kind of work Adobe is doing, right? Especially in the vocational skilling space, right? Supreet, what is the industry perspective, right? You represent industry, you represent Adobe, right, which is there. What is the industry perspective on this NEP, and the kind of training programs which Adobe had, right? I was not aware, right? The number of programs which was there, that's what brought me to you immediately. Okay, because many times we are like, I was in my fireside chat session with Rishikesh sir also, I was saying, many people are not aware about CSC. Same way, I was not aware about Adobe, right? So, and I was not aware about the industry initiatives happening this side. Can you throw some light onto this, Supreet?
Yeah, sure. First things first, thank you for having me here. It's an honor and a pleasure to share perspectives on this area. Yeah, so if you were to step back for a minute and look at the need for some of these exemplary work on the policy front that has been happening, it boils down to one clear factor: the necessity for innovating and bringing in the culture of innovation, and also bringing in the thought process of clear-cut problem solving as a skill to any format of problems that we are trying to solve, whether it is industrial, whether it is social, whether it is government as an area. We are a young country, right? We are close to about 450 plus million odd students or prospective professionals in that area. Now, from an industry perspective, let me give you two sides of the fence. One, as a leader of Adobe. Second, as a industry leader representing various industry bodies like CI and FICCI as well. So one thing that stands out clear and loud is we are in the midst of digital first. We need to understand that very clear and crisply, that that is not going to go away, whether you are in whatever walk of life, right? So creativity and innovation is a clear fabric of growth that India has clearly adopted. Right now, it's important for the prospective professionals and the students to equally adopt it. And the foundation for growth that India has started with strengthening the education ecosystem and enhancing student learning outcomes needs to be very clearly in line with the dynamic industry needs. That is the second important point. And what are these needs? What are the shifts that are happening is very clearly needs to be understood on all sides of skilling, whether it is K-12, whether it is higher education, whether it is livelihood, whether people who are underprivileged to even attend a formal education system. So what are those 3-4 bullet points? Product to platform shift. That's the first aspect. Intuition to facts shift, which is again data driven. Transactions to experience shifts. It is not just about one-off transactions. So these are the 3 key tenets. The next important aspect is how do you look at making smarter and strategic creative decisions? This is one notch up in terms of the skilling area. And how do you do that? By connecting data to creative processes. And how do you look at solving some of these problems at scale? Whether it is the other scheme that India rolled out, how did we do that? It is again design-led innovation, which was obviously designed by our prospective professionals from these academic institutions that we brought up. And how do we skill them? Largely by collaborating through connected creativity in both, physical mode, hybrid mode, bringing in industry, bringing in experts from different parts of the world. Now, this is the broader contour that I'd like to first set across. And now, from a specifics of, NEP 2020, and, there are few key areas that I'd like to highlight upon. There are multiple, areas that NEP 2020 talks about, multiple areas that policy addresses. What fascinated me the most were about 4 to 5 of them, which are probably the top of the charts in my opinion. Multidisciplinary learning, right? That's the first area that I'd like to highlight upon. Multidisciplinary learning is a very, very critical part of today's 21st century learning, right? It's not important to just stick to an area that you are basically being chosen for, or you have chosen. If you're a law student, it doesn't mean that you need to just law a BA LLB or an MA LLB and then you're done with it. Or if you're a finance grad, it is not important to just stick to finance. Or if you've done engineering, you need to look at broader horizons of how do you look at areas. Or if you're in arts, it doesn't stop you from learning technology and various other parts of it. Or if you're a doctor, it's also important for you to know various other finer tenets of arts and psychology as an area. So there are multiple areas. That's the first part of it. And this again involves a very finer aspect of skilling in that area. The second part of it, which is very, very critical to the success of any student, any prospective professional is ICT enabled learning, right? Technology today is not another subject. It is a language like your English, Hindi, Sanskrit, or any other local mother tongue that you learn. ICT enabled learning is a way of life for any faculty, any teacher, any prospective learner. If you don't learn them, or if you are not digitally literate, you're dinosaurs. It's as simple as that. The third important aspect of it is how do you look at increasing skilling and development part of it through employability. And employability is not just a function of learning a particular course, but in terms of practicing what you learn. Improve upon your ability to solve problems, improve upon your ability to address projects, and nobody will become successful unless and until you experiment, fail, learn, relearn, unlearn, and the cycle is on as an area. The last two aspects of it, which are very, very interesting, more from an administrative standpoint, is look at multiple entry and exit. Do not try to put boundaries for a student, saying that you need to look at only this. If you choose this as an area, you need to live and die with it for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. Then there could be different opportunities, there could be different circumstances in life, for each individual. They may succeed, they may fail, but it is largely dependent on how they cope up with it. Some people succeed in one go. Some people may need breaks in between. Some people may have family compulsions or social compulsions to take a break, work, and then come back. Some may not have any compulsions, but the necessity to learn practically will enhance the learning outcomes as an area. The last but not the least, we need to learn from the globe. Globalization and influential learning from different parts of the world are an important aspect of the key learning. It's a thing that I have learned as a practice over the last 2 decades as a corporate leader. You will not learn, if you think that you're the only best. It's important for us to open up our horizons. Even the smallest of the country in the world will have something to share something with us in terms of best practices, in terms of learning. These are the few pointers from NEP 2020. Talking specifically about Adobe, we are an organization, we very firmly believe in delivering experiences, whether it is government, whether it is public, whether it is private services, whether it is e-commerce, whether it is financial services. One of the core focus that we've always had is customer centricity in terms of every single product that we build. We don't build products for the heck of products. We build products to deliver experiences, and customers very clearly look at how can you reach the ulterior motive of every consumer that they are trying to touch. How do you look at solving problems at scale using design-led innovations? And that is what we've been pioneering. That's what we've been succeeding consistently across. And in education, we adopt some of these best-of-the-breed learning, in just-in-time moment, which is every 90 days we refresh what is happening in the industry. We bring them to the classrooms through skilling agencies, through higher education institutions, through K-12, through various formats of learning, both online and offline and hybrid. I'll pause at that, but the key message that I'd like to leave here is, learning is definitely not a spectator sport. It is a two-way street, and the quicker we adopt, the quicker we, deliver some of these things, the better it is for us, for our surroundings, and for the nation and globe at large. Back to you, Manish.
I totally agree with you, Srikant. So happy to have you for this session. The perspective you bring is very, very industry perspective, which is there, very relevant, and also futuristic also, because how we have to align ourselves with the emerging world, right, which is there. We are a global, we are no more a Indian citizen, we are a global citizen, right? I think that's the way, it's a message which I am taking. I have with me now Mr. Srikant sir, right? He has that execution on the ground, a non-profit perspective, which is there, right? And being the CEO of Telangana, so Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, Srikant sir, we have been hearing the last 2 years, wherein a lot of students were forced, right, to learn digitally, and there is always, two sides of the coin, right? While before the crisis, in the education system, if you look into which was done physically, there was no digital element into it. the delivery had challenges. And when now we were forced to adopt digital, it had its plus and it had its challenges. I'm just seeing from an execution point of view, from your own experience, right? And the NEP execution point of view, what are the challenges and what are the solutions you have in mind to get this thing? Because I was speaking to one of the government officials in Haryana government, and they were saying, 70% of the people do not have even access to internet smartphone, right? A smartphone is still not there. The government is trying to create a Doordarshan channel and providing laptops and mobile phones to students. Everything, there is a lot of work being done by the government over there, but there are certain hard realities on the ground. Srikant sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manishji. It's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be here amongst all of the participants today. Thank you for asking me to share my perspective. I think for a person who has been in the field of online education for over 2.5 decades, it was music to my ears as to how people actually moved, especially the faculty members, etc. But yes, I'm aware there are a whole lot of challenges also which came up. But when, along with my friend Rishikesh, when we launched in my previous avatar as the CEO of NASSCOM Foundation, when we launched the digital literacy program along with METI, I think one thing which we realized was that the power of net can be utilized by everyone and anyone, right? And that's what was most important. Today, if we look at it, while the COVID created circumstances for us people to move digital on a digital platform, I think what is also stressed is the role of a teacher moving to the role of a facilitator instead of a sage on the stage, right? So it is not someone standing over there giving gyan in general, but actually people helping the students understand what the thing is, why is it used, how it can be applied. So moving from the theory and rote learning part of it, it actually got converted into something else, which is very, very important. Having said that, I think when you spoke to the people from Haryana, in fact, I was there in an event last month itself, where they have distributed, I think, 5 lakh tablets to the youth across Haryana itself, right? So those are some of the initiatives that different governments are taking. For example, if I look at Telangana, our government is ensuring that there's this optical fiber, etc., that has been rolled out to about 100,000 villages, etc. So all that thing is happening, which will help people get better access to it. But having said that, probably what I would also request all the edtech companies and everyone else involved is, please keep the content bite-sized. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is it should not be bandwidth and internet heavy, right? Point number 3 is, yes, I understand that today a lot of things are happening online, but I think the age, and the NEP also talks about, is that it has to be in a phygital world, right? And that's where we need to have, so blended learning models that were there earlier, I think will continue. If I look at Telangana itself, about 60% would be online, 40% would be more of physical classroom driven kind of a thing. Having said that, I think it is also important for us to ensure that, yes, the practical aspects of things are also done. And that is where apprenticeship, internships, etc. come into play, right? So though we were having these challenges, I think we need to come up with some kind of a bridge model, which is the phygital world, where the theoretical part of it can be covered by a person, where you get, it's the age of integration. Earlier, people used to have their own fiefdom, their own kingdoms. I'm from chemistry department, I'll not talk to the pharmacy department, right? It's time under the new education policy that all these things combine together. You get the best of who's who in the industry, the academia, etc., who can conduct classes for them. And imagine earlier what used to be bound by physical boundaries of a classroom. Today, in the far-flung districts of India also, people can listen to or be part of such sessions itself, right? So here you have close to 300 people itself. This itself is talking about how the power can be used. And I'm sure a lot of them would be using, smartphone and other things. Having said that, I'd also like to mention today one thing, that the mobile devices have basically removed the thing of what used to be called as illiterate earlier, because you can talk to a phone, the phone can revert back to you. And that's where things are changing. So the Jan Trinity, as it was being addressed earlier, Jandan, Aadhaar, mobile, I think that's where, this further would be enhanced and I think put on a different orbit, thanks to the new education policy. Two things which I'd like to also mention over here is there's a very, very strong need. And why I say this is very simple. During our day and age, you would recollect that we used to play with something called as Meccano. Then it became mechanics. Then I think our kids played with something called Lego. But now everything has become let go. Everyone only plays with the mobile itself, right? So it's time that we should bring in some kind of hands-on experience, etc. Because people don't employ you for knowing the definition of a screwdriver, but you should also use one. And that's where programs such as apprenticeship, etc., or recognition of prior learning, all these programs which are being spoken about as far as vocational education as part of NEP is concerned, I think are very, very good steps in that direction. So, compliments to all the people who worked, and I think thanks to you, instead of a generation of rote learners, we'll have people who would have actual practical experiences.
Thank you very much, Srikant sir. I was, you actually, hit the nail, sir. We are heading towards a phygital world, right? And phygital is a new normal, is what we should say, right? Because we are looking at new normal, right?
Absolutely.
One of the outcome of this crisis has been, the digital acceptance has increased tremendously, right?
Yes.
There is always two sides of the coin, right? Which is there. Yes, physical world had its challenges, had its good points, right? Same way, digital world has its challenges and has its good points. Can we marry both, the good points of both, right? Is what phygital world is all about, right? Now I'll come back to Rishikesh sir again, right? Because he is the CEO of Csc Academy, and a lot of people are not aware about the reach, the physical world, about the phygital. Let us talk the physical side, which Rishikesh sir is doing about all that. So Rishikesh sir, there are learning centers, and they are over 10,000, am I right, sir? Over 10,000 learning Csc academic learning centers, sir. Can you throw light, which is the physical aspect which you bring in still for the learning as per the NEP?
So largely what happens is, if you see the Census of India 2011 data and the National Sample Survey Organization's data, which has come out in 17-18, and some of the similar socioeconomic indicators, the access to computer was limited in those surveys. I think now 2023, when the census comes out and we will get the correct figures of smartphone penetration and number of people having access to digital devices. So that aspect will surely help in order to gain confidence in terms of implementation of policy level decisions and implementation of larger projects. As per current scenario, we have around 6,000 centers at the block level, as I mentioned to you earlier, with good infrastructure in terms of in connectivity, power backup, biometric devices and all that. So minimum physical interaction can happen over there. And students can, as Srikant sir said, phygital world has come up. So there is some physical activity which happens, and there is some digital activity which happens, and it is a combination of all these activities together. So important point I wanted to make here was there are a lot of learned people whom we want to understand, and maybe some part of practical experience, as Srikant sir was saying about the recognition of prior learning, and maybe moving from rote learning to a more practical approach based learning. So what Csc Academy right now is doing is we are partnering with various institutions where such vocational programs or skill programs or maybe apprenticeship programs are going on. There may be some part of learning which happens in a classroom environment, and some part of it in collaboration with institutes or maybe some centers who have those equipments. So those kind of facilities are being worked upon in order to implement such programs on the ground, so that large number of candidates can actually have the experience of both sides.
I think that is important, see this, I'm very clear, as Srikant sir was also saying, that, we need to have the phygital world, right? And CSC bring, I don't know how many people are still aware, over 6,000 centers is a huge number, right? And these are all internet connected. These are all connected things. I think this is very, very relevant for, I believe in giving a choice, right? It is something which we say either or. No, this is either you you go digital or you go physical. No, let us give him the choice. Let give the student the choice. If he wants to go to the learning center, CSC learning academies, I think that's a big choice, because 6,000 is again not a small number. It's a huge number. And I see partnership happening through CSC Academy with different institutions in delivering the vocational training and all, right? I think that is very, very relevant, sir. And this is to be given. Now coming to Supreet, to you, Supreet, you were talking when we met, you were talking about if anyone wants to become a freelancer, the gig worker, yeah, because a lot of your today jobs, as we say, or the on-the-job training, right? There will be always challenge for kids to go to a location. They are dependent on their parents and all, right? What is the role of, you think, like my daughter, she became she was a freelancer, right? Because she was a cloud kitchen. She was working from home. As a father, I had no problem into that. She was doing whatever at my home, and she was not. The only point I had when she was doing, I said, you should not miss on the education, right? So when you are doing something on the vocational side, let us not miss the education side. As a parent, that is always there, travel and all those things. So what is the role you think gig economy jobs will play into implementation of NEP?
I think it's already playing even before NEP got into play. Okay. I would like to look at it. If you just step back and look at some of the opportunities that have been prevalent, I firmly believe that need is the mother of all gods, and there has been enough and more need in our society where students in the past have always innovated themselves to first and foremost survive the onslaught of various challenges that they would have faced. I'm talking about people who've probably not had the privilege of attending the formal education system. They've taken to different parts. And I'm correlating to that because of one area, just to allude a point that, there is a necessity for one critical factor that every student needs to learn. Do not follow the aspect of just focusing on one area, which is what is my starting salary, right? Focus on what are the building blocks towards a short-term and medium-term goal, and eventually, of course, have the horizon of a long-term part. And when you actually reverse engineer some of those points and break that into smaller piece, which is more palatable in nature, you will understand that the necessity for one area, which I just touched upon, which NEP is also touching upon, which is on how do you look at multidisciplinary learning, right? Multidisciplinary learning is not just about picking biology versus mathematics versus psychology alone. It is also about figuring out what are the finer aspects of it. For example, I did this thing during my college days as well. Trying to experiment with few things on how do you look at building smaller ecosystems for MSME companies. If you were to become a entrepreneur yourself, how do you develop your own market, right, as an area? So similarly, coming back to the topic of gig economy today, the beauty about the gig economy today is, you can have multiple jobs, from wherever you are, any device, thanks to internet, thanks to various other initiatives by a lot of small and medium and government and international organizations who are willing to hire, expertise or even semi-expertise professionals across the world. Just to give you some examples, I recently bumped upon a service called Develop Your Business Cards, right? In a very innovative way. And you get to choose, as a customer, I get to choose who is my artist, who gets to design my business card, and they compete with one another. And some of the best people who design their business cards, also have the ability to reverse bid and say, hey, I am premium. I'm offering it to you at this price. So similarly today, design as an area, which is one of the core areas that, is part of any industry vertical, has got a huge opportunity, whether it is artwork, whether it is specifically on graphic design, whether it is anything to do with imaging. Today you can look at various formats of photography related editing, which is led by work from home kind of a model and gig part of it. The second part of it is on web, as I was mentioning in my earlier conversation as well. Web today is not just a medium, but also a basic necessity of every business line, and that has evolved in a much more bigger way. And thanks to a country like ours, we have more than 30 plus languages, different cultures, different personas to cater to. There is a necessity for a humongous amount of content to be created for the web and for a web presence. And that is a huge gig economy by itself, developing a web page, maintaining a content which is resonant to the end consumers, and maintaining multifaceted websites, for different forms of devices as an area. The third part of it, which is my personal favorite, is on video. All of us love video, don't we? Right?
Yes.
The reality of the situation today is, a baby today is born with, watching at a video, right? You were mentioning, and I think Srikant was alluding to it sometime back, from Lego, we've gone to Let Go, right? So the Let Go aspect of it today is even, a 1-year-old child to drink milk, once a YouTube or, some format of animation video to be entertained, to have his or her food as an area. So coming back to the specific of the video aspect, video is the largest consumed content today. And today, video content creation, video editing, voice editing, and whole host of things in terms of imagery for video aspect of it is huge. And same things applies to gaming and game design. So if you were to look at the broader aspect of, the digital landscape from a gig standpoint, while there is a physical job requirement of close to about 15 lakh plus assignments in the marketplace, there is 5 to 6 times more opportunity in the gig economy, which is humongous. YouTube content creators, YouTube, creation of content is very large. And I've seen enough and more examples and proof in the pudding of people who have, been very, very successful at it, and it is going to grow. It's very clearly going to grow, because we are just begun our journey in the digital space, particularly from India's standpoint. If you were to just follow something like a Daily Hunt or a Josh, I mean, there are many of these, Indian customized platforms, even for that matter, OTT channels. If you were to look at Cse, Enado, and some of these, local players, the amount of opportunity that gig players today have, which was very confined even in the media space, is propounding. It's stunning the way in which, how, some of these technology platforms and gig economy is opened up to, the students, prospective employees, and also for people who are currently working. I've seen a lot of people who, take this up as a, hobby job. Wildlife photography is something that I've seen many of the corporate folks picking up as an assignment. There is a tremendous amount of opportunity in the gig economy, and I would urge everybody to take a shot at it, because this is definitely going to stay, and it is definitely going to grow. And you never know what opportunities, you probably felt were not your cup of tea could be actually, your biggest strength.
Very good. I think, thank you so much, Supreet. We have, at Jeevitam, we are a strong proponent of gig jobs, right? Because livelihood has two parts, work for yourself and work for someone, right? And work for yourself is a self-entrepreneurship. It is not only setting up an enterprise or setting up a factory or something. It is, I am myself an entrepreneur. And, and the gig is always now related to delivery jobs or I don't know. Gig is much beyond. I think you rightly said, right? There's so much in technology. Red Hat Junior, like companies like Red Hat Junior has demonstrated, right, that there is no age for learning, right? And the vocational skills can be acquired digitally in many ways. That is there. You want to become a singer or you want to become a, the vocational does not cover only education, multidisciplinary approach, right? What you have been talking about, that is there. I think that's going to be there. And today, if I go to reach out to the aspirational districts, the inner, the Bharat, what we call, right, which CSC is doing in a big way. I think if imagine, we need to imagine a situation. There is a kid, who goes to a CSC Learning Academy centers and take some gig jobs as a reseller or as a technology freelancer or even as a tutor or a graphic designer or a content creator or a website developer or, becoming a coder himself, right? There is nothing which you cannot do today, right? And it is all about collaboration and coming together, and that is there. So thank you, Supreet, for, enlightening us on that side. Now coming to Srikant sir again, sir, see, Telangana, I've been in Hyderabad. I spent some time in Hyderabad. The adoption of technology is very much there in Telangana, and I have seen much more. And you are leading that initiative there, right? See, I always believe in choice to be given, right? When we were creating Jeevitam as a platform, right? We said, always the work provider had a choice to choose, right? Which person he wants him to work. But work provider never had a choice, right? Especially the vulnerable segment, right? This is it, or take a walk. That was the thing, right? Usko bhi choose karna what he wants, right? Similarly, the choice of the medium, right? When you're talking about the phygital world, has to be with the student, right? Okay, I want to go and learn physically. So, should I go to Csc Academy and do it, right? That option is available to me. It's a Csc Locator is there, right? And you can know which Csc Academy is next to you, right? You want to learn digitally, right? There are edtech firms which are there. There are, you have given very rightly bit size and all those aspects which are there, right? I just want to know, is it sufficient? Because, we at Jeevitam, we are a strong proponent of voice, right? Google bolta hai, bolne se hoga. And while we were having a livelihood thing, we have seen voice as cutting across, because there are a lot of students who are, who are not having access to internet, smartphone still, in spite of whatever it is there. Let us be practical, right? It is always a thing, right? And as Supreet said, 30 Indian languages, right? We are a nation of languages. If you go to interiors of Telangana, you have to speak in Telugu. I can't be speaking in Hindi or English, right? If it is there. How do you see voice as a role playing and the choice being given to the student, right? Let them choose what is best of it instead of we telling, oh, this is what you should do. What is the view on that, sir?
Sure. Just before that, just on your point, which you mentioned about and which was very, very relevant. In fact, what we are doing as part of the gig economy, just spending 1 minute over there, in a far-flung district like Asifabad, we are about to start our center over there. And with one of our partners, we want to start a bay over there, which will have, only training on mobile app developments, right? And this organization has said that once students get trained, whatever app development, they will put it on the platform. Salesforce again. So these are all various ways in which gig economy is actually taking over, right? Today, of course, for IT industry, it's a big bane that, people are doing 7 jobs. But if you look at it, that's the seed of gig economy. Your loyalty towards a single organization would not be there. Now, coming to your second question, which is, students should get the choice. Yes, definitely, absolutely. I think that's the only way out. But having said that, probably what I would also like to mention, and of course, Rishikesh is already aware of it because this is from our initial days of National Digital Literacy Mission when we were launching. One of the examples which always has remained with me has been, there was this lady from West Bengal where we were running a digital literacy center. She was a domestic helper, right? Absolutely uneducated, even didn't know her own language, which was Bengali, right? Did the digital literacy program, The faculty member there helped create a Facebook page for her. All she did was go and like the photo of the birthday of the grandchild of that family. That day onwards, her life changed in that complete family, because from a no voice, she became a voice. She became an equal, right? And that's what is bridging the digital divide today, if you look at it. Second thing, as I said earlier, the mobile device, you have voice over there, correct? A lot of people, including persons with, visual impairedness, right, are using the mobile devices as, their eyes and ears, because that's what they use for, hearing. So you call, someone like Mahantesh or someone, they've used the mobile device for understanding what it is. So that's there. Should we have voice everywhere? Yes, voice should be there. But should the voice dictate what you need to learn? Definitely not. Right? Okay. I think that's where the difference is. So earlier it used to be the teacher who used to be the so-called guru, the sage on the stage. These are the pearls of wisdom that I'm distributing. Please hang on to them. Let it pass from here directly to the examination paper without anything retained, being retained in your brain. I think that is what that needs to stop. Imagine, and I always use this example, every time. If I was lying on an operating theater table, right, and the doctor was trained like the way our engineering students are being trained today, what will be my chances of survival? Right? And that's where it is. So you need voice, but you also need practical exposure. So definitely let the person go to the CSC center or wherever he wants. The choice should be of the individual itself, but the learning also has to change. It has to cater to your learning styles, right? You cannot have rote learning. You need to ensure that, you create things. For example, when we were revamping the digital literacy curriculum itself, we brought in financial literacy into it, right? So it's important that you have, as NEP also says, not only you need to have, a holistic learning has to be there. So the student has to choose how the holistic learning can happen, right? Only thing is today you have resources available with you, right? You have Swayam, you have NPTEL, you have the Cse Academies, you have, if I look at Telangana, Task is running more than 110 courses, with 80 plus corporates, including Supreet's organization. And we are working over there also. So multiple things are available. The participant should choose what he or she would be able to do. Second thing I'd also like to mention over here on your platform is that I think what is also important for us to realize is, along with gig economy, 1.25 lakh crore jobs are available in the large organizations. But 10 times of that are available with MSMEs, right? 40% of Indian exports are driven by MSMEs. So if you are able to train and place people in MSMEs, I think that will give India a better boost in export, because you will be providing the quality. The large organizations have got all resources and wherewithal for training and the money for it, and they can put you on a bench, right? Of course, now of late, things are becoming slightly smaller for them also, but an MSc, we can't afford that. So my humble submission through your platform also is that kids should understand and realize that your learning will be much more in a smaller organization than a larger organization. Second thing is, also we need to be very, very careful. Since 60% of our learners today are first generation learners, we as educators and people from the sector need to ensure that we guide the youngsters very, very carefully. And that's where I think organizations such as yours are playing a key role in helping, these students understand their self-agency and so on and so forth. And I think that's where it can actually be brought in. For example, if I can't stand the sight of blood, should I become a doctor or join the defense forces? right? So skills, attitude, aptitudes, everything need to come into play. And that's where a holistic education can happen.
I think
So be it voice, be it, through, for example, we have our own satellite television channel in Telangana, like most of the states, which have got a lot of consumers. So whatever we do, we also relate on that, which makes a lot of sense for people, who are not even part of our online, are able to access it that way. So as you rightly said, let the learner choose how or he or she would like to learn, for the future.
I think you are so right, sir. My takeaway from your thing is, now it is not only in phygital world, you want to go to a physical center, choice is yours. You want to go to a edtech firm, choice is yours. You want to use voice, choice is yours. You
or even metaverse now.
Metaverse now, satellite TV, what we are talking just now about, again, choice is yours. They should be aware about their choices and let them, with the segment they are, choose what is right, convenient for them, right? Let
Absolutely.
their convenience be there. And I think that choice should be there, right, which is there. And another thing which you have very importantly brought, I think that's very relevant, is it is not only the corporate world, it is not the gig world, it is also the MSME world, right, which is available to you, okay? Because I'm aware, 10 crore jobs are given by the MSMEs, right? And MSMEs are in every nook and corner of the country. Corporates may not be there, right? So if you want to really work in an MSME and working in a small organization, learning is much better. I take your
even
point.
The startups now, Munish, even the startups that are coming up, right?
I'm startups, right? I'm a startup, sir. I'm totally, thank you for bringing the startup perspective also. My last question to you, Rishikesh sir, right? See, you are dealing with bottom of the pyramid segment primarily, right? And the school dropouts, we have been reading about it in the newspapers, and everyone is talking about it, that the 8th class dropout, 10th class dropouts are especially in the vulnerable segment here, where the primary reason for these people dropping out is the parents cannot afford many times, and they need to be the breadwinner for the family at very early age, right? How can this NEP, new education policy, and the choices we have given to the student in terms of the medium, in terms of the working opportunities, and in terms of the multidisciplinary approach, which is vocational aspect is there. What is the role Csc Academy playing it? How you see it out playing for the vulnerable segment, especially? Rishikesh.
Yeah, thank you, Munish sir. I think vulnerable segment needs more care actually, and the National Institute of Open Schooling, which is in Delhi and which provides people courses for such dropouts from the schools or who have left study and again want to complete their either 10th class or 12th class. I think National Institute of Open Schooling is one such example. In fact, there are certain state level also, there are certain state open schools which are there, which actually help these students who are out of school in order to get those mandatory certificates so that they can move ahead. But most important aspect again comes is the practical learning and getting experience on a particular. That is why the recognition of prior learning and such schemes were brought out, where even if you are not academically qualified, still you are able to gain that livelihood and can move ahead in the life. I think we already have a large tie-up with NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling, and all our CSC centers can actually register a dropout candidate across the country on any class of NIOS. They can also pay fee by going to any common service center. And we are also talking to NIOS because they have the on-demand exams. So when the student is ready, they can actually demand for the exam, go for that exam and give that exam. So that is simpler. We have also seen many after pandemic. In fact, many of the parents who have taken out their students from reputed school and have enrolled them in NIOS so that they can actually pursue parallel hobbies and continue their either matric or the 10+2 through the NIOS system. I think this is a good opportunity where people are now trying to learn by experiencing and then moving ahead, not the traditional path. That becomes important, and CSCs are largely there to help such students in order to get them admitted and take care of the necessary things.
I think so. Another aspect which is NIOS, yes, I think drop from school back to school. I think this is something which, Cse Academy is really taking things there with the partnership with the industry and platform like NIOS and everything. I think that's a good, opening for awareness for everyone over there. Last question to you, Supreet, right? And then I have one more question for Pregnant before we end the session, right? What is your take, right? Because this whole, whatever we have discussed today, what will be your message? There are the people around, we have around over 270 people here right now who are listening to this. What will be your message from an industry point of view in respect to further? Specifically, my focus is on the vulnerable segment. How do we take on that side? What's your take on that?
Okay, so it's fairly simple, and I'll try to break it down into something which is easily palatable, particularly for this segment of the world. I wouldn't call it vulnerable side. It is more of a choice of life, one makes in terms of how much of ability that you can, apply to your situations in life, right? So the entire world, at least in India, the way in which we look at it is it's transformed from being essential. The definition of essential has moved from roti, kapda, makan to roti, kapda, makan, and mobile. Right? That's
that's a good thing.
That's the first part of it, right? Now, when you look at the way in which skilling and essential skilling has changed, I think today the roles, the job roles in the or perceived job roles in the so-called vulnerable space has also changed significantly, right? People who used to be in traditional under the roof roles have now moved to outside roles, which are a lot more open and has got multiple opportunities in nature. Example, driving as a profession today is caught up. It's significant thanks to various opportunities which are again digital led innovations that have happened, like Olas and Ubers of the world, which have given multiple opportunities for becoming entrepreneurs and also becoming driving as a profession. So similarly, one area which I'd like to double click on, and incidentally an industry that I have been working for the last 2 decades, has been on the digital and digital transformation side. Now, people may think, oh, this is highly technical part. Answer is no. It's incidentally an express highway for achieving a means of a business problem. But if you were to look at the finer dots of what makes this industry such a wonderful opportunity for the current and the future generation, is the following, right? There are very fine and minute aspects of this particular problem solving using digital transformation in different faceted way in very elementary things, So as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we started off at some point in time, in the IT industry, which is everything to do with data entry based assignments. Then we moved into, product based assignments. And now we are in the experience based assignments, right? The experience based world has got very clear cut problems for the industries also. The hiring manager has got a lot of challenges when it comes to, experience based work. So the first aspect of it is, how do you express something, very creatively? The creative economy is huge. And the creative economy today, in the lower bottom of the pyramid, has got multiple entry-level positions, which can be, trained in a very shorter period of time and deployed, and you can further skill them, and then you can upgrade them to the next level. Let me give you a small example. Let me take an example of something which you all can correlate to, which is, digital imaging. Photoshop as an area, right? You all might be familiar with the product called Photoshop, which is, developed. Now, the fact of the scenario is, we all know that one of the fast, growing segment is always to do with an image. It's taken digitally today, but it's also printed, right? And it's a mandate for various documentations that you do. You might also admit to the fact that, there are different formats of photographs that are required. right? And imaging and editing is a big job by itself, which you walk out every day, but you won't notice that, that is a possibility of a skill. Just to give you some facts and figures, the amount of people who are required in the photo editing as a space exceeds more than 1 crore in India. The amount of people required for photo editing, and this is not a high-end job, it is just the A4 size, whatever, passport size photographs and various formats of photographs that are required for different formats of documentation that are required, right? A fourth standard or a fifth standard, I've seen a lot of students who drop out of schools, skill, and then they are deployed. They further enrich their skills over a period of 5 months, 6 months, and then they become, further, upgraded. They jump into something called as wedding photography, which is a slightly high-end version of it. They develop their skills further, and then they get into something like, video and photography parts for, high-end, functions for that matter, or it could be developing web pages for that matter. Imaging today is a vast field. You can, have skills right from pin to elephant in terms of the complexity. So the good part about the overall creative economy itself is you can start small. You can keep up, reskilling yourself, upgrading yourself to the next level and keep going. Similarly, is the web page. Today you can become an entry-level web developer or a web designer for that matter. And you can upgrade yourself to becoming a, UI UX expert over a period of 2 to 3 years. And that is where Adobe today is emphasizing a lot on 2 areas. One is how do you give them basic creative literacy. We have a lot of programs that we work with, CSR foundations, Tech Mahindra Foundation is one of them, and there are many other such similar foundations and CSR wings who work very closely with us to address the elementary aspect of creative economy. And I'm more than happy to, associate with any of you who are interested to bringing some of these creative economy led entry-level jobs to your forefront and your initiatives as an area across design, web, video, 3D, multiples of them. We have more than 45, 50 plus job roles in that area. The second aspect of it is creating the backbone of developing some of these things at scale. Rishikesh spoke about 10,000 plus centers of his, and similarly there are multiple such knowledge corporations and similar to tasks which Srikant has been leading, and similarly in MKCL, RKCL, and multiple knowledge corporations across the country who are reaching every nook and corner of our country, trying to give them a possibility. Even in an agrarian market today, if you want to share your product to the market, whether it is a new mango or a rice that you would like to market out, you need basic knowledge of, how can you share your product direct to a customer. And that is where we are trying to touch the lowest common denominator in the society, help them learn some of these digital skills so that they can solve their real life problems and not, me too software skilling as an area. So in a nutshell, what I want to leave as a message here is, you're in the midst of digital first. All of you who are looking at skilling the entry level assignments, possibilities of creating, jobs, possibilities of creating, digital led startups, possibilities of augmenting non-digital, businesses using digital and creative economy. Please talk to us. I'm more than happy to spend time and give you, roadmaps of how you can, develop some of these opportunities, which are not just in few hundred thousands, but in few millions, and not just for India. We can be again a powerhouse of, creative and digital economy at an entry level for the entire world. We're the youngest population, youngest country in the world, largest, mobile penetration in the world, and the opportunities are innumerable.
See, yesterday in one of our sessions, with the MD of Shriram Life Insurance, he talked about financial advisor jobs, 1 crore such jobs available, in the gig space, right? Today, you have told me, 1 crore jobs are available for creative economy jobs also, right?
Absolutely.
So I think, we are very, very clear, na to kaam ki kami hai, there is no dearth of work and there is no dearth of work seekers, right? It is important is to do the matchmaking. That's a, message I am saying. There are enough work opportunities around for this. I have 2 more, I have in fact overthink. I have this, now with the next session coming up. So before we close, I have this one question, Mr. Srikant, which I'll take it to you. Can you please throw some light on the requirement of skill development in emerging India, and what are some of the challenges faced by industries that can be overcome by this? I think this question is more relevant for the vocational side, because we have another session coming on the skilling side. From a vocational thing, how you see to answer this question, sir?
Probably I would not like to look at it from that lens. What I would like to look at it is, especially linking it to your last question, probably I would, instead of vulnerable, as underserved. Were they given an opportunity, they could also have excelled. And that's probably why I call them underserved. I think what is most important for us to understand is that during the Industrial Revolution or the Internet Revolution, it was one single technology that was making a difference. But now there is a whole host of technologies, AI, ML, blockchain, robotics, etc., etc. All these are making, have impacted, and that's how IR 4.0 is coming up. So I think one of the areas that where everyone needs to get skilled, right? And NEP is also talking about it, right from school upwards, is inclusion of all these latest things which are going to make a difference. Because moving ahead, there will be EdTech, Agri-Tech, MedTech. So all these things are being used. If we did not have artificial intelligence and predictive analysis, etc., right, we would not have a vaccine today. So even if you look at any kind of a role, be it industrial Internet of Things, so not only Internet of Things, but industrial Internet of Things, how your factories can actually reconfigure themselves to produce different things. There are a whole lot of such new technologies that are coming up. So I think from skill perspective, two things. One is definitely you should be aware about all these emerging, or we still call them emerging, though they are already there with us, technologies. And believe you me, when we talk about this, we have done different sessions on careers in different industries. Even the food processing industry requires all these technologies today. So I think one thing that everyone should be skilled on, or at least be knowledgeable about, aware about, is these things. Second thing is what we call as essential skills here at TASK, which is nothing but 21st century transferable skills, as well as communication, teamwork, higher order thinking skills like a growth mindset, etc. I think these will become very, very crucial. So these are some of the skills. I'm not talking about, carpentry and other kind of things, which would be there. But I think these are the more relevant things which will help you not only, and of course, the biggest thing that everyone should be having is learnability, agility, and adaptability. I think so, these things are also very, very important. So that covers it all: agility, adaptability, and learnability, which is the acronym for all.
I think this was one of the best sessions we had, sir. Thank you very much, Rishikesh, sir. Thank you, Supreet, and thank you, Srikant, sir, for coming to the session. We are already 3 minutes ahead of our scheduled time. Thanks for taking out time. And see, this is going to create foundation, right? NEP and schools. What we get into is a creation of foundation, and the role of technology, the role of the social sector, the role of government. I think we all have to take. Everyone has to come together to solve this problem, right? We are in a, I think, in a transformating way. Digital, what Srikant sir said, is the new normal, is something coming up. The opportunities are huge. Supreet talks about 1 crore, gig, creative economy jobs alone, right? So there is no dearth of vocational opportunities for people, and whichever part of the country, whichever district, aspirational district, backward district, whichever district you may be, and whichever part of the thing, the mediums are available. Whether you are a dropout, NIOS is coming into place, Cse Academy centers is coming into place, the tech firms have to play, the voice has to play a role, So I think the satellite channels have to role, which Srikant sir talk about. I think thank you very much to all of you, sir, for this enlightening session. And I think we all have taken benefit, and we will now take it to the next session, sir. Thank you, Srikant sir. Thank you, Supreet sir, and thank you, Rishikesh sir, for the fireside chat, and also for enlightening us in this session, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you so much for the opportunity. One parting message that I'd like to leave is, please measure yourself on say versus do. don't stop at, these online sessions or any other physical meets that you may have. Everybody on this platform, we at Adobe are open, and we keep our doors open to everybody who have an interest and keenness to learn. How do we, work together in scaling this initiatives? Thank you so much. Have a great day and a wonderful.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now we move on to the next session. Vikas, you there?
Yeah, hi, Manish.
Yeah. Over to you, Vikas. Is James there? Is Honey there? James there?
Yeah, Honey ma'am has joined, sir.
Honey ma'am.
Yeah. Oh, welcome, Honey. Is Mr. James there? Should we?
No.
He's not there. Okay, Vikas, you start. I'll see if I can connect with Mr. James.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. No problem. Thanks, Manish.
Yeah, James sir has joined. Yeah, hi sir. I'm just making you the co-host. Just 1 minute.
Thank you.
Perfect. Welcome, Honey. Welcome, James.
Thank you very much.
Team, this session is on joining forces to upskill the country's youth, right? If we look at it, there are millions of students who are graduating every year from colleges. Now, unfortunately, nearly 1 in every 4 graduates in their mid to late 20s is unable to find a job, just looking for jobs. And today, the job requirement is not only to cater to roti, kapda, and makan, but to also take care of the aspirational needs of the individuals. Now, with this bar being raised higher, this also requires our young job seekers to invest in themselves by way of reskilling and upskilling, and open their horizons not only for jobs, but for entrepreneurship opportunities as well. Now, in this discussion, we aim to inspire the students not to be afraid of bringing in those changes for the betterment, both in life and livelihood. See, one can either evolve or be left behind, and upskilling can certainly help one evolve. So the panel here would focus on importance of upskilling more and more youths, right? Various initiatives that the government is taking in terms of upskilling youths and making them ready for the job and the livelihood opportunities, and making them aware of the various other opportunities in terms of how to get skilled, how to earn a decent and sustainable livelihood. Now, I feel honored to introduce our panelists for this session. And pardon me if I take more time than what is allocated to me in terms of the introduction, right? Because both our panelists have a tall list of achievements that I must share with you. So let me start with Ms. Honey Pamnani. Honey is Head Strategic Partnership and Innovations at NSDC. She works in the Impacts Investment Divisions at National Skill Development Council, which comes under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and is the apex body for skilling. She is currently leading the Strategic Partnerships and Innovation portfolio for private sector and building a startup portfolio as well in NSDC. Now, in this role, Honey has been working towards developing new products, partnership models, and policies which will have a direct impact on 1 million youth in the country. So she brings with her rich experience of working at Genpact before taking up this role, and she has worked in their India as well as London offices as the Chief of Staff, as Chief Strategy Officer, and as a Digital Transformation Consultant. Now, what's really fascinating about Honey is that she comes from a multidisciplinary background. She's an engineer, she's a lawyer, and she's also a liberal arts graduate. So she's the leading example of multi-skilling and bringing with her a rich, diversified perspective in a field. She is an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, and not only that, she's also the Young Alumni Achiever Awardee for the year 2021. And she has earned the Young India Fellowship at Ashoka University. And the list can go on and on. But let me also give you a brief reflection on her personal side. She's a keen music and dance enthusiast. And in spite of all her pressing work commitments, she follows her pressure to the T, and also has a YouTube channel. So you're a true inspiration, ma'am. Welcome to the forum.
Thank you very much for the kind
introduction. Thanks, sir. So let me introduce our next panelist, Mr. James Reffel, Executive Head at Retailers Association Skills Council of India. James is a professional with 25 years of experience in managing and improving business, people, processes across multiple functions and industries like consumer durable, banking, IT, telecom, HR, training, dairy, and retail companies. Now, you'll be excited to know that he has worked with some of the India's largest companies in the space like retail, private sector, mobile retail, HR solution provider, telecom, bank, first private ISP, tire manufacturing, consumer durable, and besides having worked for one of the largest conglomerates in Vietnam. Now, James made a choice towards nation and skill building and returned to India as chief of the Retailers Association Skill Council of India, known as RASCI, and continued with the outstanding contribution that he is known for. So salute to you, sir. For those who don't know, RASCI is a Section 25 public limited company funded by Government of India to function as the apex skill development council for retail in India, and it is aligned with Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. They are leading organizations like Reliance, Tata, Future, K Raheja Group, Par Raheja Group, McDonald's, etc., who have equity participation in this organization. And the most interesting part is that RASCI is the largest and the most successful sector skill council on Indian soil. Now, in 22 months flat, James has steered the company to be financially self-sustained, something which is unparalleled probably across all the skill sector councils in the world, and that too in such a short time. So his varied experience is a testimony of his adaptability to perform and excel no matter what the product, service, or function may be, whether it's improving business efficiency, process improvement, enhancing people productivity, whether it's in or out of India, whether it's like managing city, state, regional, national, or even international profiles. Outstanding results are guaranteed. So welcome on the panel, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So let me invite them now to share their views for the benefit of our viewers, right? I'll not waste more time and let our viewers get the perspective. So my first question is to Honey. So this is a typical chicken and egg who came first in dilemma. When it comes to skilling, Honey, is it better to train the candidates first and then look for relevant opportunities for them? Or is it better to line up the opportunities first and then impart relevant skills to the learners accordingly? I mean, which model do you think is more efficient, demand-led supply or supply-led demand?
So thank you very much, first of all, Vikas, for the kind introduction and for this wonderful platform. And very good afternoon to all the viewers on this platform today. So a very interesting question and something that we try to, solve every other day. So it's definitely, like you said, it's a chicken and egg situation. But across all economies of the world, it usually has been that the supply side has always been perpetually behind the demand side. That has been the trend. And we have seen in our decade-long existence that supply side, has its own sort of challenges, multiple challenges. And that's why now the focus is more and more towards demand-led skilling, because the way industry is changing with the industry 4.0 and the dynamism that is getting introduced with disruptions, technological disruptions and other innovations every day, it's very, very difficult to keep pace with supply side kind of model. So our focus and our efforts are more and more towards now promoting demand-led and outcome-based education and skilling models. So
Fantastic.
we had many partnerships, in fact, recently in this regard, and there are models like get hired, pay later kind of models also existing in the market. So we are right now focusing on kind of introducing those at a larger ecosystem level.
Fantastic. And I also saw your focus on even startup ecosystem now, right, as to how these companies can also shape up demand for skill sector and other things. So anything specific on startups, because you are looking at that portfolio, you're looking at innovations. So would be keen to know in case there are any things, and startups like Jeevitam and many more startups in this space are really excited to know about this initiative of yours.
Surely. So startups very much, connect the larger ecosystem. It's like connecting India with Bharat. So what Jeevitam is doing and what many other, interesting startups like you are contributing to the space are that they are bringing in more and more innovative models, more and more effective models, which when scaled and when connected with India would lead to a sort of systematic and a sustainable development. So the idea is to connect, the larger ecosystem with innovations and with, plug-in solutions like yours, which are, contributing to a very important value chain of the skilling ecosystem, which is placement and retention. So that has been one of the biggest challenge. And skilling and skill development is failed actually if there is no employment opportunity at the end of it. So startups are kind of, in every economy, they are the force behind innovation. So our focus is how we can, become a growth partner to startups. How can, we help them enable their growth, journey towards kind of ensuring an overall economy growth and as in for skill development in the country.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. My next question is to James. James, you have a rich experience across various industry sectors, especially in people and processes. Now, what role does industry partnership actually play in the skilling ecosystem?
Thank you so much, first of all, for the introduction, which was too elaborate actually, and plain James profile for the benefit of all the audience. 10 years of business management, 10 years of HR management, and the last 7 years, people management. So it's a combination of my previous 2 decades actually that has enabled me excel in this current state. Now, coming to a very pertinent question that you asked about industry partnerships. See, to be very honest, in fact, I'll take the liberty of, even delving on the previous question, because everything is interrelated. Everything is interrelated. So, if the objective of any initiative of any nation, evolving economy, or yet to evolve, if the intent is to enable the nation to be an employable nation, then a supply-led model will work. If the intent is to make an economically independent nation, okay, then it has to be a demand-led model itself. Because the trigger, it depends on what your objective. So I will not say that anything is right or wrong. It's just about making the appropriate choice. And this is left to the policymakers, decision makers. We can, all of us are part of the system. We can sit today and say X is the best model. After 5 years, say that Y is the best model. After 10 years, say X and Y is the best model. Okay. These are dynamics. Now, if I could just, amplify what I'm explaining right now with a simple example. Today, if you go to see, you have a long-term training, which is more in terms of, the education system. I would look at it from that perspective, where vocational is embedded within the education system, and you have short-term training programs also. The sad part, and I'm not pointing fingers, it's just, it's a reflection. It's a reflection of all of us, what we need to advocate in our own spaces to enable, logic and practical progress. We literally look at every possible thing under the sun that can come under short-term training. That is the saddest part. That is a design flaw. I mean, not everything can be catered to in short-term training. Maybe services, the service industry. Maybe certain service-related or functionally service-related roles of the manufacturing sector. But hard skills, it's very difficult for you and me to be a customer also with a person who's actually, become an auto mechanic, for example, if I may take the liberty of just using the term, under a short-term skilling program. I will not give my vehicle for servicing there. Or for that matter, a person who is probably a lab technician under a short-term program coming to extract my blood. No way, I'm not going to do that. So we need to internally decide on what is so mission critical, okay, and what are those kind of programs that will fit under a short-term scheme and what can fit under a long-term. And in both the scenarios, it is extremely important to get the industry involved before the person learns the T of training or S of skilling. So we need to start with the end in mind, because at the end of the day, it is not the training partner or probably the consultant who's written off this, very rosy, what we term as a qualification pack or curriculum or national occupational standards, etc. Neither of them are the consumers of the skill talent. It is the industry. So industry being involved and they are buying at the nascent stages, whether it is a supply-driven industry-led model or a purely industry-led model. So, it's time for training, the training fraternity. You have this capacity. So it could be the ITI system, it could be the private vocational training program, it could be the general education system, it could be the higher education system. Integration of industry to own the outcome, okay, is very important. You start with the end in mind, and that is when you'll achieve sure success. So industry partnerships is going to be the prime requirement, and there these training touch points will play a very different and hybrid role. They need to evolve. So there could be some programs wherein the child needs to get mobilized, curated, assessed to a particular conformance level, and then typically like a campus placement that happens, okay, that could happen. They also, now each of these centers have limited capacity, okay. However, they exist in the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns where youth, aspiring youth is available. They could also play a hybrid role wherein, there is industry engagement, which we at RASI very strongly advocate. We've stopped doing anything that is supply driven. We are doing things that are only demand driven. So it's like, how if you have to ask me, James, who's the most successful retailer in the world? Okay. My response would be very simple, lucid English, which every Tom, Dick and Harry in this world would understand. The most successful retailer is he or she who has a customer for the product before the product hits the shelf. So likewise, for me, youth, aspiring youth, are those products or services which need to have a customer, that is an employer, before he or she acquires his or her degree or certificate or qualification. Simple. Just imagine how de-stressed youth would be, because they would have visibility of economic independence, which today is not the case, be it the education system or the vocation system. Just imagine how content the institution would be, whether it's education or vocation or ITI, because it would bring about an enhanced and enriched reputation that all their pass outs or all their admits have a job in the hand before they pass out.
Yeah.
Just imagine the happiness on the faces of the parents who are actually sending their wards today without any future visibility. Today we are speaking about, a petrifying thing when we actually, make a sort of a holocaust across for the budding youth. And it's very sad. We all talk to the industry 4.0, industry 4.1, etc. Costs. If you are integrated with the industry and industry sustains, let's take care of today. Tomorrow will get taken care of automatically. Because when industry evolves to sustain in this competitive environment, but there is a 4.0, there will be a 5.0, there will be an 8.0, there will be a 10.0. As long as you are integrated with industry, you will have currency of skill sets. So why are we petrifying youth on something that is a guesstimate of the future without focusing on what needs to be done today? If you take care of the today, the tomorrow will take care of itself. That intuitiveness in that individual who's been enabled for today will evolve for the tomorrow or the future role. We need to give, we need to be facilitators, we need to be, grounded with industry. So business dynamics changing there, the qualifications, the curriculums, the, inputs that go into enabling youth, That needs to be changed on a real-time basis. That is what we need to enable. Thank you so much. I love this conversation, I may go back and forth because this area is very passionate to me. I mean, I love this place. This space is going to transform the nation.
It's really insightful what you're sharing with us, James, and frankly, strikes the chord. In fact, one of the related things then is there are jobs which are available. There are candidates who are looking for jobs and qualified candidates, right, looking for job. But still, that connect, that pipe where it has to meet, right? There is some gap out there, right? Now, how can we take care of that so that this youth which is looking for jobs get in touch with the right set of opportunities and are able to take care of that?
I just have one point to add here in continuation to what James was, very important, insightful point that he was trying to make. The NAPS, which is the National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, is a very, I would say, pertinent move in kind of bridging this gap. And now it is a mandate, because it's now a law that all the companies who have more than 30 employees need to have apprentices for sure, and 25% of the stipend will be reimbursed by the government. I think there should be an explode of apprentices in the market to kind of ensure that they are getting real-time industry experience, because otherwise this gap will never, be able to, surpass this kind of problem, that complexity that we are facing right now.
Sure, and I think the portfolio that you are working on in terms of partnerships, in terms of new products and other things is also going to help tremendously in this aspect.
That's the idea of doing that.
Only. So I think in terms of this question that I posed as to how we can bring the qualified candidates in touch with the jobs, right, with the real jobs which are existing, and make the two meet so as to get the best thing possible for our candidates as well as for the industry. And maybe I'll combine this question with my next question, which is every skilling process is typically 3 phases. One is mobilization of candidates, second is training of candidates, and third is the placement of candidates in the desired roles. Now, we have seen in the past that mostly it was one entity working across all the functions and yielding limited success. Now, why is it important for these phases to be done or executed by separate entities? Is my question to both of you.
James, would you like to cover this first? Then I will chip in.
Sure. In fact, what you mentioned about in terms of there are candidates ready, but it's the tech doesn't happen. So supply not meeting the demand. I look at it as what is required is progressive disruption. Okay. So you also mentioned in your question one part of what is the conventional way of how we've evolved, how we have done things till date, whether so you mobilize a candidate, you train a candidate, you assess a candidate, you certify a candidate. Okay. Is that the answer for youth that is aspiring, especially in rural India? May not be. Let's assume James is a candidate, okay, and from a tier 3 town. Now, if I have to go through this conventional process, okay, I have the zeal, I have the energy. I'm not bad for the world. I'm good for some job in this world. It could be an unarmed security guard. It could be a retail associate. It could be something in this world. Okay. So, can James afford to come to a training center, commute every day, spend money, not be remunerated for 60 days, 90 days? No way. My prime need and immediate need is to be economically independent, is to self-sustain, is to sustain my family economically. Okay. So can the system bring about that kind of platform where I'm embraced by the industry, I'm curated by the industry, and from the first day itself I'm economically independent? That is the progressive disruption that entire training partner fraternity needs to do, and sector skill councils play a very vital role in enabling this industry. Sector skill councils are nothing but representative of the industry. So if I have to look at it from this perspective, there is a plan A, there is a plan B. Okay. A plan A could be the conventional method, because training institutes, ITIs have created that capacity. You cannot have, it unutilized, but you can utilize that more prudently. You can utilize that for conducting long-term training programs, and for the short-term ones, the sector skill councils are almost like pundits. They have to play that role, of making a marriage happen, a marriage between aspiring youth and the HR of the industry. So as sector skill councils, we could get, we could make these, whether it's an ITI, whether it's the general education system, the higher education system, the private vocational training partner network that is there. These should be made destination points. Destination points for the HRs to come and say that, yes, I will get aspiring youth over here. And every retailer, if I have to speak about my sector, you'll be having a Zara, Nikes, and the luxury and bridge to luxury type of retail requirements also, and you have the value formats also. Okay, so you need not be an Englishman, okay, to get into retail. You can evolve post getting into retail. And what I'm trying to submit over here is, while a training partner, mobilizes candidates, trains candidates, gets the candidates assessed, get them certified, and then looks out for placement, that's the ideal scenario. Okay. In the retail parlance, if you actually go to see, the requirement sometimes happens overnight. So hiring in the retail business has to be just in time. You cannot recruit prior, because it's wafer thin business. The margins are wafer thin, and you cannot even hire delayed, because once your shutter is up, especially if you have to look at the modern retail segment, once your shutter is up, for want of skilled manpower, you can't put your shutter down. So hiring has to be just in time. Now, if it has to be just in time, can a business model be successful which is supply driven in the retail industry? Never. Because by the time the kids are curated, assessed, and certified, the vacancies are filled. So actually, retail, enabling youth that's aspiring for a career in retail, that hand-holding has to be done by the industry. So there is a training partner. Okay, it could be government, it could be private, it could be the education system. Then ultimately there is a consumer, that is the industry. Okay. Now, in various sectors, both of them will play a very vital role. They're key components and stakeholders of this ecosystem. However, based on the sector, the degree of work will vary from partner A to partner B. So, for example, if it is more to do with, let's say, hard skills, there'll be a lot of training that will actually happen at the partner level with, industry exposure during that period before he or she gets absorbed by the industry. If you're looking at the services vertical, the training partner actually can be just doing mobilization as per the industry requirement. And when I say industry, it could be very specific companies within the industry. Okay. So for example, the ITC's lifestyle will say, first I hire associates who are only graduates. So it becomes very clear what is your mobilization strategy over there. Whereas you'll get probably a DMart or Reliance Jio that will say, I'm okay with a 12th pass, as long as I don't require a person to be an Englishman, as long as he or she can have comprehension of English as a language and can respond in the local
language.
Language. Okay, I'm good with that. So you're enabling the training, partner fraternity, the supply points in terms of prudence in mobilization, relevancy in mobilization. And as a sector skill council, we get the HR people over there, and the marriage actually happens. The marriage happens. So what happens here effectively? In the first example that I gave, the value addition is happening to a very great extent by the training partner, and then the baton is being passed to the industry. But in the second scenario, what I've actually said is, there is not much of value addition that is happening from the training partner fraternity. Okay. That value addition is actually being done by the industry.
I have a point to make here, since I am exposed to 37 sectors, skill councils that work together with us. There have been models where I've seen pros and cons of both the aspects. The one you said where, mobilization, training and placement is done by different organizations versus where, the entire value chain is being catered by one single organization. So there has been pros and cons to both the models. I've found the model where a single organization is doing all the, aspects together is possible more in case of organizations which are, sizable in terms of, their capacities. They have strength in all the domains. So I personally feel that this is matter of size and strength. If the organization has the capability and strength to, cater to all the aspects of the skill value chain, they have been able to do that very successfully. But some of them have their forte in, maybe the training part of it. So then organizations like Jeevitam, who are helping us with, filling in the other, gaps to ensure that the journey is smooth and the employability aspect is being taken care of. I think those models also have worked very well, especially in retail and BFSI. In tech, I have seen a lot of organizations which are being able to drive the entire value chain on their own in a very efficient way.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that the experience of the demand-led model has not been successful in your view?
No, not really that. I mean, because the question was specific to, answering the two aspects. I mean, whether it should be compartmentalized or should be, done by a single organization. I'm just giving my view in the perspective of different sectors that I've seen how they have been kind of ensuring this kind of facilitation.
So what happens is, if you see, what I was speaking about was not anything about a single organization. It's about two stakeholders and what is the degree of involvement.
Yeah.
In
the requirement, and the requirement part in terms of how evolved the requirement is.
What would be a role? The degree. I mean, you look at it this way. Okay, I'll give you a simple example now, which you can relate to whatever policies exist on Indian soil today. We all are believers of common norms. Okay, so common norms cuts across for every course that comes under the short-term gamut. If you actually go to see the number of hours that are invested, let's say I'll speak for retail now. The number of hours that get invested, and it's exchequer taxpayers' money itself. So for retail, it goes to maybe 300 hours, 400 hours, etc. Okay. Now that is the supposed value addition that is to be done by the training partner fraternity. Let's look at it differently now. Show me one retailer, forget in India, show me one retailer in the world that actually invests in inducting a new employee. 60 days. Show me one retailer in the world. It doesn't happen. Okay. Because again, the best place to learn is first of all the workplace. So it's like, you take a book, you'll take that much more to read, that much more time. You condense that book into an audio video, it will take lesser time. You convert it into a movie, okay? It will take that much lesser time. And with the evolution in the way you are actually going through, the sustenance increases. The time taken to absorb reduces, and the retention of what you have absorbed increases. Retail, I could speak for retail definitely, and definitely it would go across with, if you have to even check evolved nations in the skill ecosystem, the way they do it, whether it's a dual system, it's a TVET system, they actually integrate industry, and that enhances. So the exposure of the kid with, so we've evolved training, then we've evolved training plus OJT, then we've evolved training plus internship. I would say it is actually what we do for apprenticeship, wherein the kid is actually being nurtured and curated by the industry. For retail, we've actually kept the basic training component as good as negligible, and it's in a simultaneous mode, which can be done on the shop floor, that is in the work environment. Okay, because we strongly believe that the best place for a retail job role or a service sector job role is actually at the workplace and not in a classroom.
As you also, as you also said, right, when the shutter opens is when the requirement is there, right? I think it is also a function of as to how fast one can learn, right? You just can't rely on theoretical this thing. And as you said, some functions like retail, you would want the kid to be there on the floor, learning directly, interacting with customers, seeing his mentors out there, and learning quickly on the go, right? Give him in a capsulated form, whatever you can give to him so that he understands what he's getting into, and then
learns on the job.
Through experience, take it forward. There might be some other roles, as Hani also said, that which might require, and you also emphasized on it, which might require a little more theoretical knowledge before one gets onto it. So depending on the requirement, the solution has to be customized. It might vary from industry to industry. Within the industry, from role to role, it might vary, right? And then has to be plugged in terms of the mainstream, right?
So I'll give you a simple example. In fact, this was I'll take the liberty of this platform because I had this conversation with Munish just around 3 days ago when we were speaking about anyway. Jeevitam and Rasi have always been engaged with each other, but we are looking at taking it to the next level with a guaranteed outcome based plan that we have. And what I'm talking about is not a concept or not a PowerPoint presentation. What I'm talking about is actual reality that we implemented since 2019 and with guaranteed outcomes. So what are the guaranteed outcomes that we give? A guaranteed job before the person knows a T of training or S of skill. Okay. What is the second guarantee that we give? We give that he or she who's getting hired will have a salary that is minimum equal to or above the prescribed minimum wages. What is the third guarantee that we're giving? We're very clearly saying that we will ensure that that candidate who's joined the company, okay, is retained for a minimum of 3 months. So what have we titled this also? We titled this as pilot, okay, and pilot stands for promoting innovation, lead over tradition, because we traditionally have always looked at बच्चे को ट्रेन करना है, ट्रेनिंग के बाद उनको क्यूरेट करना है, असेस करना है, सर्टिफाई करना है, तभी उनको नौकरी मिले. The fact remains, in whatever experience we've had in this space, certification does not guarantee. See, it could be you and me sitting in a batch. You get certified, I don't get certified. I'm not bad for the world. I may just not be as good as you, but there is a job that is there for me. And this trajectory in our nation, okay, is increasing, because if I am an unsuccessful candidate post-assessment, I get nothing. Is the system then doing something very good for me? That's the big question that we all need to answer.
And that is where mobilization becomes a very important parameter, because at the time of mobilizing the candidate, if one knows what he's getting into. So if you and me have the clarity in the same example as to what we are getting into, you might choose not to get into this, right? Because you would like to pursue something else, right?
So now, I'll interrupt at this. You come to one, you actually channelize it to something that I wanted you to speak about, okay? And it's very nice. See, now you're saying Jeevitam Center. Do one simple exercise. Do it tomorrow. Take 2 desks. Keep one person on one, the other person on one. Run a mobilization campaign. On one, you say training period 60 days. Training curriculum ABC. Process to be assessed. Post that, certified, and then engagement with industry for jobs. Possibility of a job. And let's see how many enrollments actually happen over there. On the other desk, you put just 3 things. The banners of the companies that Rasi will bring for you to get those people the jobs. Minimum guarantee of minimum wages or above from day one, put that over there. An assurance of 3 months retention and being curated by the industry within the industry. Let me see which of the desks will have.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The certainty of what one is getting into derives better results, right? And mobilization is one part. How many actually will be able to stick to is another part, right? So once there is certainty, people stick to it. They know what they're getting into and they take a decision, right? And so therefore, I agree with you. The moment you said that, okay, yes, we need to tell them very clearly and we need to give them certain assurances, certain guarantee that, okay, this is what they are getting into, right? And that's why I said mobilization, why is it important? Now, there's another aspect that I'd just like to touch upon this, right? On the similar things, what you just said. See, we have seen during COVID times, retail, for example, was one of the few sectors which was working overtime, trying to meet the needs of people. Everybody was at home.
And we were not considered COVID warriors, by the way, but we were equivalent to the healthcare workers. In fact, even more, because we were being responsible to feed the healthcare workers so that the healthcare workers could work. Okay, but the retail associates were still not coined as COVID warriors. So I'll just make a point. This is my feeling for the retail associates and the fraternity that served relentlessly during the COVID period.
No, we share the same feeling, and I reciprocate what you just said, right? Because I think this is one sector which worked overtime, right? Turned it around in such a short time. Many of them were not delivering. They tried to work out how they can deliver at home, how they can work around the people who were not there available to work when you open the shutters, you need people to actually take care of orders back and yes. So I think somewhere we saw a lot of acceptance towards technology, right? This entire COVID phase has taught us a lot of things about technology as to how technology can actually help. Now, your views in terms of, and Jeevitam is a tech platform, right? We are in and out using technology to not only mobilize, but to screen, to tell them about various aspects. We try and maintain as much transparency using technology and other things. So idea is, where do you see technology coming in terms of the skilling universe, right? Online, offline, right? The various modes which are available. There are various screening and other aspects which are available. And to connect that pipe also, technology plays an important role. So your views on this, please. Both Honey and James, please.
I think technology has played a great role and we have kind of realized its importance during COVID times. We are seeing a surge of remote jobs also in tech, in sectors like these, where also the law as a field also we have seen a lot of surge in remote jobs. So I'm right now in touch with in startups who are actually aggregating demand for such kind of jobs, and these are those small Baijus who are ultimately then looking for their Akash kind of model, and NSDC is the best place in terms of connecting those dots together. So we have been able to scale up models in ITES for job roles like full stack developer or backend engineer, front end developer, web developer, like these, which are very high paying jobs. Even non-engineers with a course of 6 months or so can get into a job of 5 lakhs or more, with a focused training on developing coding skills. And we are trying to scale up such models, such technological innovations, basically to introduce these courses in tier 3, tier 4 towns of India as well. Coding is something which is going to be a skill which will be given to children from the very early stages. Similarly, in entrepreneurship, we have been able to figure out a model which has been driving the journey of nano and micro entrepreneurs through a tech model. We have also come across models in BFSI, in logistics, and other sectors where technology is playing a very important role. So it's not just giving me scale and in terms of growing the innovation for the benefit of the larger ecosystem, but at the same time it is also helping with transparency, with better monitoring, with better efficiency. So I think every sector has to bring in component of technology in the way they train, and the future belongs to hybrid kind of training. Not the entire center-based model also is going to be, I think, that feasible in across sectors, and entire online models also have their certain challenges. So that's what we have realized, that that's how startups are getting connected to a larger ecosystem spanned out in our centers in every district of the country.
Right. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. I think the way technology is now shaping up, and the way there are new opportunities which are emerging, I think really keeps us all excited. James,
I'll speak on technology, because when we use the word tech, we use it very, how I would say, very loosely. Like how once upon a time, even if you had a cable connection to your home, you would call it broadband. Whereas the global definition of broadband used to be used to be symmetric bandwidth of 512 kbps both ways on the upload and download. But we used to have asymmetric bandwidth. We used to have 1:4 ratio. We used to have different ratios, but we would call it broadband. So when I look at tech, in fact, retail is the best example of how tech has impacted, okay, and has permeated across geographies across the world. So many look at how I would say the e-commerce business as a business that started off in the maybe 2011-12 type of period wherein you had all the big players coming in. However, that's very incorrect. The retail fraternity itself has been, especially the Indian retail leaders, have been very progressive and have been adapting online. So we had certain, right from catalog selling to TV ordering to evolving into e-commerce enabled virtual shops. There's been a huge journey. So tech impacting in as a medium for reaching the consumer's pocket share has started in the retail industry, especially in India, way back in the 1990s. So we've been a progressive sector that has always embraced, and unlike the UK economy or the Australian economy, we never ever, the retail leaders never ever looked upon online versus brick and mortar. In fact, they looked at it as complementing the pocket share of the customer. Okay? So that's the way it has actually evolved. So now that is technology. Okay. But at the end of the day, we strongly believe in human technology being far more superior than tech, the word tech, because while how much ever you may automate whichever sector in this world, okay, the end fulfillment is person driven. That's why we call it a P2P business, person to person. In between, everything can be automated. Now that brings about another fact which is very evident in the past 4 to 5 years, with more and more automation and tech driven. If you go to see the job opportunities in the manufacturing sector have steadily declined and diminished, and that trend will continue with more and more automation. However, facts are very clear in terms of the booming service-related job roles, because as much as e-commerce penetrates, that much more service fulfillment people will require. Okay, so to service the end consumer, to fulfill the order at the doorstep, So that's a good part about technology permeating within retail. If I would say jobs, many people say that jobs are actually reducing. I would say no, jobs are not reducing, they are getting displaced, they are getting hybrid. A person who would meet and greet you at a store today is walking into your house and meeting and greeting. So the associate from the shop floor is evolving. Okay. There is a cash on delivery that is happening, which otherwise would happen, in the confines of the organization store. There is a returns that is happening at your home. Okay. There is a discount process that is happening and being enabled at your home. So that person is no longer a delivery boy. That person has evolved. It's a hybrid role. That person is actually, becoming a more capable customer interfacing associate. Just like how a customer would get an engagement on the shop floor of an organization. And now coming to the third aspect of technology. Yes, that is the most visible thing in terms of, connecting the dots, facilitating a lot of, whether it is hiring, whether it's profiling, whether it is, self-paced learning, whether it is, assessments, if you actually go to see auditable, comprehensive, okay, whether it's your performance management system that is getting embedded with the capability growth that a person gets. So, so it's actually a very positive tool that is enabling that many more opportunities for learning, for capability, for industry engagement. I mean, today we are engaged with probably 200, 300 plus people because of technology. We never ever thought of those kind of options earlier, but that's becoming, the interactions are becoming that much more short, crisp, objective. Your agenda can be a 1-point agenda, 10 minutes. So it's actually helping everything. Remote hiring, today when I engage with my industry, I don't have to go to Bangalore to meet the landmark people, or go to the bestseller and go to Gurgaon for that, and then to Reliance, be in Bombay, and Spencer's go to Calcutta. I actually get all of them on the same platform whenever we are doing something innovative like this. And the conversation that I had with Manish also was such that Pan India across the Jeevitam, without any external funding, we will actually provide free course learning, and the guarantees that I gave about job above minimum wages, 3 months retention, and what we're doing is a very successful student paid fee based model. It has no government funding in this. So it brings me to one more question. There are so many CSR partners who are saying that we use CSR, and we're saying thank you, but we don't want it. So Jeevitam will be a good platform wherein we will channelize those CSR partners too. Reason being, I'll be very specific on that. Again, conventionally, so that's why progressive disruption is very important. Conventionally, even when I used to be on the industry side and I used to have that CSR, in fact, Rasi, we ourselves have a CSR obligation. So whenever we look at it from that perspective, everyone looks at, oh, there has to be a skilling component, oh, there has to be this component, there has to be that component, because those are the milestones on which I'm going to get evaluated while deploying my funds towards CSR. Now, if you actually go to see, if I have to come back to you and say, your milestones that you are trying to save your backside and go ahead with your CSR funds, if that last, or the ultimate objective of that is actually my first step.
Right.
So you're seeing 7 milestones, of which the 7th milestone is placement. And I work out a model with Jeevitam and say, that 7th milestone will be our first milestone. We'll do 2 milestones after that. Okay. CSR heads also need to start understanding what is impactful for their funds that are being deployed. And that needs to be also part of the progressive disruption, because they need to know what is a quantifiable objective for every rupee invested. It is not. Yes, if you're coming to my starting statement, if your objective is to make everyone socially employable, okay, like we have a lot of social graduates, we have a lot of social postgraduates and doctorates, okay, far from being employed.
Yeah.
So
just to add, just a concluding remark on the technology enablement. So Prime Minister also introduced in the recent budget about the Desh Stack platform that is implemented by NSDC. So we are kind of creating a digital ecosystem where all the stakeholders will be coming together, from recruiters to people who are mobilizing, the candidates themselves, the insurance agencies, the NBFC partners. And a digital ecosystem is being created to basically fill the gap of the supply and demand, and basically the information asymmetry that lies in the ecosystem. So we are very excited about this new intervention, which would solve a lot of challenges in this space.
Thank you, Annie. In fact, we are just running out of time now, and there's one question that we have from one of our audiences, which is on upskilling for gig economy. Now open to all, but we just have 1 minute. So, Annie, maybe you first.
Yeah, so I think, the most important skill in today's world, in today's Google world, is not knowledge, but the ability and to learn new things. So I think the ability to learn is the most crucial transferable skill that is going to work across the genres and across the industry requirements. So upskilling is something which is not an option right now. It is kind of a necessity for every individual who's working towards developing themselves, because otherwise we will be outdated. So I think my message through this platform to all the participants, the youth participants especially, is to always consider opportunities of reinventing yourself by upskilling yourself with some or the other new skills, because that is going to make you relevant in the 21st century, where Industry 4.0 and lot of new other dynamism is coming your way. So no need to be scared of it, but just to ensure that there is enough water in the well before we get thirsty. So that kind of proverb I think fits well here. I would like to thank Jeevitam team and all the participants for this wonderful platform. And I look forward to more
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you.
I wish we had more time, but definitely we could take those questions offline in the interest of time.
Sure. Since we have the next panel starting in the next couple of minutes, I'll thank Honey, you and James for your views. I think the kind of rich experience that you carry, and it was reflecting in the way, I mean, the passion that was there, right, in the way you and James, specifically the way you were taking care of retail and sharing your examples. I think that was great, and I'm sure all our viewers would have benefited out of it. We have participation from government, we have participation from industry, we have some of our friends from retail sector also who have joined in. Some of the names that you just took, James, and I think it was really great to hear all of you. As you rightly said, I'll just conclude the session with this remark that there's no dearth of opportunities, as you rightly said. In fact, more and more doors are opening up. To all our learners who are glued on to the session now, I would say, are you ready? Are you ready to take up the best opportunities, right? Invest in yourself, upskill yourself, keep evolving as per the fast changing requirements, and sky's the limit. Please remember, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, right? With that, I would like to conclude the session. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, James.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Over to the anchor, please. Munish.
Over to you, Munish, sir, please.
Yeah.
Vikas sir, I think you should take the lead. Munish sir, I think is facing some concerns.
Sure. Friends, I hope you enjoyed the session on the skilling part. Now we have the next session. The next topic is livelihood for rural India, unleashing the potential of rural India for us. And we have some of great names with us on this panel. We have Mr. Rajiv Prakash, who is our founder for Next Gen Advisory, right, and is also on board of Deshpande Startups, and also advisory member for Jeevitam. We have some of renowned names like Mr. Benjamin Matthew, who is president of RKITC Deshpande Foundation, joining us for this session. Mr. Vikas Kanungo, who is senior digital development consultant, the World Bank, and Mr. Sandeep Malhotra, ex-MD of Kisan Sanchar Limited, who is joining us. I have the privilege of working with Mr. Sandeep Malhotra years back during our ICICI days. So welcome to the panel. Welcome all of you, sirs.
Okay, thank you very much, Vikas, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I think this is a panel that is very close to my heart. Okay, since rural India and Bharat markets, okay, is one of the areas of my deep interest. So I think we have a wonderful panel over here with deep experience as practitioners, people who worked on policy and development projects, and folks who spent a lot of time, okay, doing market analysis of rural and implemented a whole bunch of projects in rural India. So I think rural India is quite fascinating because the overall population of rural India / if some people use a term called Bharat, okay, would be somewhere between 750 to 800 million. Just to help you imagine, If this were to be a country by itself, it will be the world's second largest country. Now, let that sink in, because often rural India has always been hyphenated, okay, with, let's say, urban India, metro markets, and either been seen as a market or a source of people moving from rural India to urban markets to work, either from a migrancy perspective or otherwise. But in recent times, the rural economy has come on its own. Very often, one of the major contributors of GDP growth, and even when the rest of the economy is going through a downtrend, it is the rural economy that keeps it up. And further, the rural economy is also becoming increasingly self-sufficient. At the same time, there are structural shifts which are happening in rural economy, okay, aided, number one, because of greater education, industrial agriculture, more digital connectivity, physical connectivity on the back of roads, governments making significant investments, and the importance of rural India also from a political standpoint. So what we are trying to explore in this particular panel, okay, is a bunch of things. First is, in this new rural, if I were to call it, okay, what is the kind of opportunity landscape, okay, for rural youth and others who are looking at employment in different ways, whether through gig work or through regular jobs or even through micro-entrepreneurship. So what is that particular opportunity? What's driving, okay, the market for livelihoods? The second important aspect to see over here is, okay, in what way are there substantial changes which are happening in rural India in terms of where are people participating from a labor point of view, and what does it mean? Then the government in turn has come up with a whole bunch of policies. So it'll be good to understand what really is the impact of these policies in rural markets. What more can be done, either from a policy design standpoint or implementation? Are there any useful examples from the rest of the world which we can look at over here? Then we've gone through, I mean, COVID has created a new normal in the form of what we've seen of migrant workers going back, rural India turning out often to be the kind of shock absorber of the last resort for many of them. Further, there is work from home happening. There's a lot more of development happening in smaller cities. So post-COVID, in this concept of new normal, how do we imagine livelihoods in rural India? And since we have today a mixed audience, there are folks who are there from CSR, people from government, there are startups, and also people who are involved directly in livelihood ground level. Okay, we hope to have something meaningful for all of you all in this conversation, and also keep enough time for question answers. So without much ado, okay, if I were to start with Vikas, okay, because Vikas has spent a lot of time in rural markets as a development consultant with the World Bank and the UNDP and many other projects, and also with the rich experience which he brings in from also looking at situations around the world. I would like Vikas if you can just give us an idea about how do you see today the landscape of opportunity, okay, for job seekers, livelihood seekers in rural India. What really are the opportunities? What are some of the significant changes that have happened post-COVID? And are there some structural issues, okay, which you can see? Just if you can start with that with you, Vikas.
Okay, thank you so much, Rajiv. I think before I start, given the domain I am in, I just wanted to, bust a myth which has become very profound in development practitioners, in government and also in industry. And the myth is that the rural folks cannot afford to have smart applications and smartphones. And I think this is something I have been doing more than 12 projects last year for the bank, most of them connected with agriculture, rural development. And you find that the kind of innovative use they make of these devices and mobile applications, and many of them have it. So I think the question which we need to ask is not whether rural people can afford smart devices and smart applications, but actually the question is, can rural folks afford smart applications and smart devices, especially when you are in an era where remote working has become the mainstay. Especially coming to the rural and agriculture sector, I think there are lots of opportunities. We have seen in the field how lots of small agri-tech entrepreneurs are helping farmers in doing, some of these. I saw in Kerala examples of a small agri-tech entrepreneur telling people how to grow mushrooms in a controlled environment using IoTs and enhance their incomes. Then an agri-tech entrepreneur in Maharashtra created a scarecrow structure, which traditionally is, just two pieces of wood, which don't help much. But he has added sensors to that, some voice devices, where this smart scarecrow is now able to actually scare the animals coming into the field, plus also do lots of say, for example, drip irrigation control and other stuff. So particularly for gig economy, we have seen lots of farm field schools, lots of Uber kind of operations which people have started in renting the farm equipment. And this is all I'm talking about. It might look like being done in a developed country, but these are all examples from rural India in states like Maharashtra, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. So I think what I would like to, initially, just as an introduction, say is that, the time has come for takeoff of smart application and smart devices in rural India. And the usage of that is only limited by our imagination. And in that case, I think the imagination of the rural folks is much more advanced compared to what we think sitting in the country. I wish I could show you a photograph where we went to a tribal area in Tamil Nadu, inside forest. It was an enterprise by all ladies. And when I asked the question, how many of you have smartphones? All hands were up. So I'll stop at that. Back to you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Vikas. I think you kind of brought out one important dimension of the new rural. That don't imagine that we're living in this feature phone world which is completely disconnected. I mean, the rural economy is extremely resourceful. And once the resources come in the hand, new possibilities emerge. Okay, that's a good segue for me to now go to Ben. And Ben, if you can just provide us some kind of a construct, okay, since, you've been doing a lot of research using data about rural markets, which help us understand what really are the structural shifts which are happening in rural markets, which finally have an impact on livelihood in terms of number of people in agriculture, moving to other areas. What do people want to do? Can you take 2-3 minutes and help us understand, demystify this a little bit top down?
Yeah, I think, thank you so much. I think I was completely mesmerized with the way Vikas told a lot of things, but let me just kind of put the context into place. As you said, about 860 million people are in rural, and within that, you can really break down people by 220 million people are engaged in agriculture or are connected to agriculture. There are about 140 million farmers who are landowners, and then there are 128 million migrants who are working in urban areas, which may have a connect to the rural. So a lot of these structures are there. But essentially what has happened, transpired in the last 10 years or so, which I can take forward, is that it is no more an agrarian dependent economy. Agriculture contributes very less percentage of the entire income within the households. And services and industry really have taken hold, especially services have taken like a hockey curve, which has kind of moved up in the last 10 years. So all the livelihoods, all the income generating activities, you may say the job and the salary structure has come into the last 5 years. And within that, you moved over 20 million people out of agriculture into the services sector. These are economical changes that have kind of happened on the ground. Having said that, is the economy growing? Definitely, yes. Rural grows at a very steady pace. It doesn't go up and down very much. There is a consistency to the entire market as we move along, and adoption of technology to tractors, to any other things that you see in terms of consumption, you will see the changes happening at the ground level. And that's a fundamental change that has happened. And livelihoods has been the key element of it. Like, just to kind of, I'll stop at a few pointers giving that, like just poultry industry in the last 5 years has created $3.5 million employment just in rural alone. I mean, this has come from the backyard poultry scenario. It may not be like a job, but it is basically at least giving 120 to 140 days of employment across the year for a vulnerable or a marginal class person that is working in rural. Similarly, milk, 100,000 liters of milk adds 10,000 employment. I mean, so as you really look at these industries, and milk is bigger than agriculture in rural, in terms of value. So a lot of these things we really don't kind of connect the dots, but these are big changes that are kind of transitioning over the last 5-7 years, and it has been making that impact that 16% of the world's population has a big impact on the entire economy in terms of how we move forward.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So I think we are going to reimagine rural by not only looking at from an agricultural construct. There are many other sectors allied to agri and also service industries coming up. And much of it is kind of getting built within rural itself for rural. So I think so I think the job market to that extent is a little bit more opaque than probably sometimes data might show. Now, moving from the overall macro view, okay, to actually the experience of a practitioner. I mean, we have Sandeep, who for the last 10 years, okay, has been running and building IFFCO Kisan as a business. And IFFCO undeniably is one of the largest players in the rural economy. And IFFCO Kisan has been participating in very unique ways, okay, as whether it's from a financial services point of view or telecom point of view, starting to look at how you can leverage, okay, rural markets for a variety of purposes, which obviously means Sandeep has often had to start looking at talent in rural markets because as an important employer. So Sandeep, I think in our pre-event chat, you had a bunch of very different, perspectives. At one level, it looks like the opportunity is exploding, but somewhere over here, the supply of talent and the demand of talent don't seem to be matching, or I mean, you have a perspective on that. It's good to understand as a practitioner who's been building a rural business, what has been your experience around the opportunities in livelihoods for rural, the kind of talent that you've been experiencing, and and if there are any gaps, what kind of interventions do you see going forward? If you can just share your experiences, please.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, and good afternoon to all of you guys, and especially to my fellow panelists who just spoke before me. And I think Rajiv introduced me very well, that he said the fellow practitioner for last 7 to 10 years in the rural space. So let me give the positives and the negatives both. And let me start with the negatives because, one has to take off the rosy tinted glasses before we know what the actual realities on the rural sector are. See, first of all, we have been hearing about Bharat not, for the last 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, it's been more than 10 years. In fact, probably it'll be more like 15 years. And I think we need to, also understand that it has failed to deliver to the extent that we would have wanted it to deliver and the kind of opportunities that we had in front of us. We may talk about demographic dividend of, 65% population less than 35 years of age, but it will be very easy to make it a demographic disaster also. And we have been seeing in the past few weeks, months, etc., the kind of civil unrest for very smallest of the reason. The yesterday's, incidents related to in Bihar, also talks about the fact that the kind of frustration that is building up. Just to, very quickly come to the earlier part, which my fellow panelists mentioned. While we may see smartphones, if you were to look at the penetration, it would be less than 30-35% in the rural space. It may have gone up to 40%. The figures vary. If we look at the 2G penetration, which is still very, very strong. In fact, it's an opportunity. People are saying that from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G. But the fact does remain, the people that we are trying to address and the people that we see on the street and the people who are actually creating this unrest are the ones who are not using these smartphones, are not capable of using them. So we may talk about all the initiatives that we have taken, including the AgTech, and I will come to that separately. The fact does remain that, as of now, we are completely undertrained. The process of, getting on the ground, few pilots succeeding does not, this thing, we should not confuse a few trees with the woods. And that is what actually, as a society, we need to realize that what kind of challenges that we are facing. This is on the negative side. Let me start with the positives. The positives are quite a few. We need to take advantage of all of them, but that can only be done if we are very focused on what we want to achieve. we have significant problems facing us in related to sustainability, which we do not talk about. The sustainability has to start at the rural sector. We may talk about, taking people up the curve, upskilling, etc. The fact does remain that agrarian economy still contributes only 12%, still occupies also 40-45% of the people, while 60% of the rural population may have gone off agrarian. But the fact does remain their basic strengths lie there. Because we have missed the manufacturing bus. The manufacturing is not going to create those kind of jobs. I remember when I started my career in 1991, what I realized was that we had hardly any opportunities in the rural sector. While there are opportunities, but we do not have the skills at this point in time to be able to coin those skills. And that is where the biggest problem happens. And I think somewhere as an execution machinery, while we have grand ideas, we have failed to deliver on that. But if we were to look at the opportunities that are coming through, more and more population is getting educated. We have been able to reduce the telecom cost to next to nil, the cheapest in the world. So we may be able to take advantage of the societies of the cheaper cost, telecom cost, the excess cost, basically, which can deliver so many things. COVID has also taught us in a significant fashion that you don't need to be present on the work site to be able to take advantage of the work opportunities that are available there. And more importantly, I think people has realized that, to unnecessary migration to urban will not help. There are enough opportunities in the rural sector, so long as we are able to coin it. I mean, before you come to a very specific question, I would just like to make one last point. The economy's evolution stage also relies on the fact that what kind of skills, what kind of opportunities lie for the people who reside in those economies. India has moved up the curve in a very significant fashion. I was hearing the speaker in the previous session, talk about the technologies that are there, the coding that is required, etc. But I think one we need to realize is that is it reaching the right people, and what can we do to ensure that the dissemination is much faster. And that is where I think the challenge for all of us who are engaged in this sector to see that how we can accelerate this whole process. Because the fact does remain we have a window of at best 5 to 10 years. If we are not able to deliver the jobs that are going to be there, we will have serious unrest in front of us. And that is why it is required to quickly upscale to create opportunities where most of the bulk of the population lie. We may create great technology skills, but they would be less than 1% of the population. We need to think about the larger population and what kind of opportunities could be there, and we can skill them on very specific needs. Democracy is great in many ways, but somewhere I think it has faltered to deliver to people or take them to the specific areas which would have been required for them to take advantage of the opportunities that are lying there. Indian GDP has grown at very significant fashion from 1991 to till today. But the bulk of this benefit has fallen to very few people. Our Gini coefficient has worsened during this period. So our challenges are also galore, and we will need as a society to address them if we do not want to fall into traps of what some of the other countries have gone into. So these were my opening statement. We can come to very specifics on the other side. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandeep. I think that is also sobering, as a perspective. I think this is not something rural livelihood, not a matter of luxury, but it's absolutely got to be done. But I would just want to also pick the part of you as IFCO Kisan, when you've gone in and you've been trying to hire people because you've been doing business in rural, and you often would want to hire people from rural India. So on one side, there's a lot of education happening, a lot of skilling happening. So what has been your views when you have taken these kind of livelihood employment opportunities to rural India? Have you been able to find the talent? What kind of gaps you've been seeing over there? On account of which, while there are opportunities, but at the same time, not able to find the resources. And also certain perspectives you had, from an agriculture point of view, that last time, many folks don't want to do the work that their parents were doing. So there's a huge gap in supply of talent. So can you just characterize these one or two specific areas?
I think, thanks, Rajiv. Very pertinent question. And one of the things that I realize is that most of the farmers do not want their children to become farmers. It's a very tough profession, and especially if you do not use technology, you do not use your brains to come up with better products. Somebody mentioned about mushroom, IoT devices, controlled cultivation. Unless you bring those resources and technologies in, a farmer is a back-breaking work. So most of these people do not want, and it doesn't pay to that extent. And that is where I think society has to move on the other side. As against other jobs, one of the things that I realize is the biggest problem that we face as a society is our mindset change. Unless we realize that there is nobody who's coming to save us, neither the government nor anyone else, and we need to, equip ourselves well, we need to work hard at whatever skills level do I have at this point in time. One is that you have the resources and the time to upskill yourself. So that is great. If you have the fire in the belly, you will do it. And we have seen those pilots and few examples where people from rural India have topped, they have come up to those levels, etc. Great. Now, the second thing is that some people who do not have those things, at least they should have developed the mindset that we will need to work hard at whatever job we do. So I will just give you a few statistics. We used to employ about 500 odd people directly, and there would be another 1,000, 1,500 indirectly. And I would wish that we had the resources to have the luxury of time to train each one of them, both on the mindset, on the skill, on the job, etc., which we tried. But let me say, we had a nutrition rate of 30 to 40% in 3 months time frame, another 50 to 60% in 6 months time frame, and less than 20% would stick after 1 year. And the prime reason was, and it's not that, we used to measure both inputs and output performances. So output is very clearly visible what you have to go to deliver on a set parameters. But the input is what we used to worry about, because input directly reflects your mindset, fire in the belly, and your ability to work hard, and which is where we found them most lacking. It's a kind of a, dichotomy when we think that it's a poor person, he will not, he doesn't know this thing, etc. But how many chances can a commercial organization give? So unless, we need to, have an inbreeding system where we tell them that this is what is required of you, that you will need to work hard and you will be monitored, you will be able to do that, then only some of the people will be able to come up to those levels. So my bigger problem is with the government program and some of them where, people feel that if they don't do anything, if they sit in the shade, and please, some of you who mentioned about that, who have visited rural, I have visited rural very extensively. Please go at 11, 12 p.m. anywhere in the village, and you will find youngsters are the ones who are sitting in the shade playing cards or doing anything. Forget about older people. The fact doesn't mean we will need to change that. And let me say, I will be regional bias. I'm saying more on, the northern states sector. Probably southern states may not follow on that. But I've gone to Maharashtra. I've gone to southern states also. Having said this, the examples could vary from place to place. But the fact does remain that unless we change the mindset and bring the requisite skill along with that, we will not be able to have more this thing. See, Rajiv, you mentioned about employment. See, we were always having shortage of people. For the simple reason, if my existing team will be delivering, I will be hiring more people because I would need to cover districts. We were hardly in 240, 50 districts while we had an stated objective of going to 450 districts. But we were not being profitable on these 215 because of inefficient, people who were inefficiencies within the system, because of which we were not able to afford to increase the manpower till the time we have better systems to monitor them and to train them better. So this becomes a bigger issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think.
Rajiv, we lost you.
Yeah. If I want to build on what Sandeep said, so looks like on the face of it, there are many opportunities which corporate and other India is trying to bring to rural as employment opportunities, but the supply of talent, either from a cost perspective, skill perspective, motivation perspective, is not working. So we're kind of dealing with a little bit of a broken market, as far as that part of livelihood employments go. But because you talked about at the starting point about the resourcefulness, which is being shown by people getting connected, are you seeing a different pattern in the way people are finding gainful employment, using all of these, which may not necessarily be in the usual construct of jobs? And do you see that as being a little bit more anecdotal, or is it something which is becoming like a reasonably large shift at a groundswell getting built?
Yeah, thank you. I think, again, I keep talking about myths, Sandeep was mentioning that rural penetration of smart mobiles is about best. But we also need to see which we have seen that in rural India, sometimes one phone is shared by the entire family. The head of the family has a smartphone and lots of people use that. So the penetration is, then the reach of these technologies is much more than the actual penetration of smart devices in the field. Now coming to, one thing which Sandeep said rightly, from the supply side, we have to do a lots of effort in accelerating the replication of these successful practices where IoTs are being used. And technology is, once it is established, it has become so smart that it is not very difficult to understand how to use it. Many people, like say, for example, a 4-year kid nowadays figures out how to operate a mobile phone. It has become so intuitive. And with 5G voice and videos coming in, I think the digital literacy would now not mean human beings trying to learn about smart devices, but it will be the other way around. The smart devices.
Sorry, because if I can just help you while you're giving the examples, you can provide some examples, some places, so we can also relate to where
Sure.
it's happening. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I think, as I was saying, it is digital literacy nowadays is the machines trying to learn about humans rather than the humans trying to learn about machines. So to give you some examples, I have not been doing lots of projects in North India, but in the states I work, I can give you, say, for example, currently I am in Kerala. I have come for a project mission. And we actually asked the Kerala Agriculture University, the startup mission, and there is a digital university Kerala, as to how many rural entrepreneurs, the entrepreneurs who provide services in rural areas are there in their incubators. So, when we got their answers, we found that out of 250 entrepreneurs which were being incubated here, around 127 are focused on agriculture and rural development. So that is, and we had called most of these guys and tried to talk to them, and we found 3 days were not enough to learn about everything they were doing. So the thing is, there are examples, very successful examples of these things happening. All we need to do, as Sandeep rightly said, is to now, and especially the COVID has provided us that opportunity where lots of people created innovative applications to work remotely, especially your gig economy, to now scale this up. And I think they're irrespective of whether we say that one needs to understand the demand side, to do things themselves, the governments and the development agencies have a big role to play in helping creating these kinds of skills, scaling up these applications, replicating, most of these technology interventions wherever we can. So we have a role to play. I can understand from an industry's perspective, if you don't see a profit somewhere, you tend to move out of that space. But for governments, you have to provide those services. And I think my experience of working on I have worked on more than 50 countries now, and I see that the way usage of these innovative applications, which is data driven or IoT driven, or sometimes you're doing cyber physical integration where you're creating digital twins of these help centers for farmers, for rural people. I think the visibility at the moment is limited to the people who are in those pockets. But I think our job is to now scale it up, mainstream it, and whatever skills are required for that. We have, say, for example, in bank projects, we have farm field schools everywhere, where successful farmers or FPOs or enterprises are able to handhold others to come up. In Kerala, say, for example, I'm here and we're talking about how do we help them with food traceability solutions so that whatever spices are exported, they start getting much more value and become a brand globally. So those are the things which we have to do. It will not happen overnight. It will take 5 to 10 years, but we are, I will not say we are mainstream. What I'll say is we are at the takeoff stage at the moment.
Yeah, thanks, Vikas. I think that provides a perspective, okay, from your project's ground level. And if I were to characterize the three inputs which have come in now, obviously there is no one rural. I mean, every time like they say about India, you say it is this, you also have that, right? So I think with that particular caveat, I think some of the things we're seeing is there is a part of rural India which is now getting connected more and more to urban India from a corporate point of view. And that's why we're also having these talent challenges, because corporate India wants to engage rural India as a market or in various ways, but the talent model is not falling in place. On the other hand, we have the erstwhile agriculture model, which is seeing large evacuation of workforce, but that is either getting replaced through machinery, okay, or you'll end up having a lot of internal migration happening from different states. That's another characteristic over there, which means every small farmer is now also becoming an employer of people who could be coming from anywhere in the country. The third is, building on some of the things that you've been talking about, is the rural for rural. There are many things where rural India now is kind of becoming a bunch of various economies where they're becoming kind of self-sufficient or trying to become. They're using digital, somebody's coming up with this IoT scarecrow, people are figuring out certain markets within. So I think there are a lot of markets which are probably happening at a district level or taluk level, where there is employment happening in different ways. Some are gigs, some are proper jobs, and some could be common type of naukri. And I think that probably requires a little bit more research. But from there, moving on to another practitioner, and before that and after that, we'll open the floor for questions, is looking at Deshpande Foundation, Benjamin, okay, has been working in the area of rural skilling and employment for a while. Okay, so, I mean, what I believe is you work with colleges, which produce a lot of these graduates, and you try and make them employable. Are there certain things that you would like to share with us in terms of what has been that experience? Because you've been trying to solve some of the supply side, which Sandeep has been talking about. And so what kind of program, what's been the learnings in the execution of these programs, and where do you see it going? And including your own idea of rural for rural. Yeah.
Thank you, Rajiv. I think it's a very, very interesting question and a very pertinent. I think Sandeep has already raised it. Before I answer that question, going forward, I just want to kind of give my experience of working in rural and creating very large livelihood models, okay, which employs close to about 50,000 to 100,000 people. And I think the starting point for really looking at that market, and when we want to connect the corporate and the rural together, there is a kind of a clash in terms of a mindset. The working models are different, the ethos is different, the way they work is different. I think there is a lot of empathy that is required, and there is some way we can really figure that out. But to kind of really say probably that it will completely bunch into our corporate side of style of working, that is going to be a greater ask. And that is the biggest trouble that we see. Even at my level, we have attritions close to about 15%, and then we drop off. But over the time, the attritions have come down to almost 2 to 3%, and we can build on that. So there is a construct to it, and that needs to kind of really look at. And that's how the entire rural structure is going to be. Coming from that, my skilling side of it, I think I'm right now catering to the urban segment in terms of ITs and IT services industry. I think these are students which are coming from the 2 to 5K and 5K plus population towns, 5K plus population villages, where there is a fair amount of education. I think the polishing and the understanding, in terms of how you fit into that working ecosystem is what we kind of essentially deliver. And with that delivery, I think about 95% uptake, most of them are able to find the jobs, the fit is there. We are tracking that scenario in terms of how much they survive in that system to really figure out is our training and skilling kind of making that impact happen. But over the time, I think the efficiency has been really good. That what we in quotes say that life skills, which has really made that change happen in their lives. So as a model, I think it's a workable model. How we kind of scale it up and really make this work is going to be an iterative process. There are a lot many things that will come in. We are figuring out the ITES model. If we want to figure out the, say, an auto sector model, it will again start from scratch. So that's a kind of going forward the scenario that we will look at it. Right now, we are doing extremely well in that. We have done almost close to about 10,000 students that have kind of gone into this in this area with about a 5 years direction. And we tend to move into a kind of a scale we see, but there is cost. There is a limitation in terms of the viability that, there is a cost to kind of creating that training and working it out. That's the kind of limitation that comes in. And right now the demand is more than the supply. So, and we will be also constrained by the capacity that we have to deliver. So in that sense, I think we are fairly there, but I'm not saying that we are completely there. So going forward, will be the chances that we are taking now.
So Ben,
I just also want to kind of close the statements on saying that I think that in the technology part, we have about 449 million mobile phones available in rural, and 127 million phones are smartphones. I mean, let's be very precise. And secondly, I think when you really look at a construct for rural, it has to be an India construct. It probably cannot be something, even when I'm coming from the corporate sector, I don't do any experiments in Kerala, or I don't do any experiments in Himachal, because that is not replicable anywhere across the country.
Very true.
Okay, so there are structural, regional, lot of limitations that we are looking at. But from a very large context, I think we need to look at the size. I mean, as I said in the last statement, that poultry as an industry contributed 3.5 million jobs in the last 5 years. I mean, no other industry contributed. But when I say livelihood, it is not job. It's about 100, 120 to 150 days of employment. And that changes significantly on the ground in terms of how the economics work out. Hope I'm not taking too much of time.
No, thank you, Ben. I think that provided a perspective, and I think it's a good response because Sandeep, from a corporate point of view, represents the demand side, and looks like many of the things which he has been saying about things which are missing, you're seeing there, but you have certain programs to work on it. So hopefully we will end up having more of these solutions coming up at scale. So at least we're able to deal with that side of the opportunity also. I know I have a whole bunch of questions, but it'll be extremely selfish of me to kind of take everyone's time. It'll be good to open up the panel now to Q&A so that we have ample time to do justice to the 200 plus audience that we have. I think it's an invitation to everybody on this panel. Please start putting in your questions in the chat box. Okay, I think we have enough time for Q&A. And I will first start with one of the first questions which has come in from Biren, who's asking a multi-layered question, whether India is one of the frontline countries in the gig economy, which is what you alluded to, Ben, at the end of it. At a behavioral level, gig is also very transactional, which unlike what you believe works in rural areas. So is there any scope for Bharat to participate in the gig economy soon? And which sectors are more conducive, to gig economy in Bharat? So Ben, do you want to just take, let's say, the second part is to which sectors, and then I would probably request Vikas and Sandeep, to talk about the first one.
Yeah, Raju, it's a very, very interesting question to kind of answer. It's slightly difficult also, but let me just try and do so. See, in terms of the understanding of how the gig economy works, and it's very transactional, I think if you really look at rural has a very stabilized construction industry, and that's where much of the employment kind of really works upon, like a gig worker which is working in the urban, and it's a constant phenomenon. There's a churn. There's a farm labor segment, which is again by seasonal scenario kind of a gig economy. It will come in every season and it will keep on moving. I mean, these are some of the one or two sectors that really will emerge out fairly well because of the economy taking place. But I think that the new that is coming in basically is hospitality or hospital, healthcare as a service. That's where much of the gig thing will come in, because right now we have preventive and curative healthcare both coming into rural in a big way from the private sector side, and also probably the hospitality, which is slightly a little far away because internal tourism also is big, and that got kind of locked out in the pandemic scenario. So I think that's how the entire sectoral layout will look like.
Okay, thank you. Sandeep, you since we're talking about the economy, now let's say as someone as an employer, you're probably looking at certain kind of job construct. So I'll just change question number one a little bit, wherein to say that if you were to try and combine demand and supply, would you have been open, and would many of your peers in other sectors hiring from rural be open to a different kind of a job model, which is more gig-based or part-time or variable-based as against full-scale jobs? How would you see that?
I think it's a very fair point, Rajiv. Gig-based would have been, in fact, even better from our standpoint, that we would not have been required to incur fixed costs. But the challenge in the gig-based is the accountability part. And the second is the training part, like who will invest in the training and who will be accountable for the specific job that you are required to do. See, the issue is that, as a general, we are very informal people. We don't have very formal. If you look at, English serials, English thing, there is a formal relationship generally people try doing what they are committing. Here, the challenge is that because we are informal, he doesn't pay me fixed in this thing, so I may do it today, I may do it tomorrow, I may not do it at all. We had tried the call center, we had tried the scouts model, like we were ourselves a kind of an attack. And we had people going into the field to discuss with the farmers, to train them better for using mobile application. And just to answer that, since we are on the topic, none of the farmers that we interacted with, and we interacted in Gujarat, UP, and 3 or 4 other states, including one southern state, Andhra Pradesh, they were able to use application, and they needed the scouts who we used to train for 2 weeks and then send them. But the problem is the response from them was not good enough. Some of the time he will fill up the data without going into the field actually, and he'll be filling it from his home. And it became a challenge because we could find out that where was he when he was inputting the data, and then we made sure that he cannot input the data till the time he is at the field level. So, those are some of the things that I realized were the challenge for us.
Yeah, so I think we basically then finally looking at employment as a certain kind of a contract structure, right? Whether it's a micro contract in the form of a gig or something longer as employment. The employer wants certain things to be done, but they're not being met, and hence the contracts fail. So I want to, from there, moving to Vikas, because Vikas is talking a lot about the digital penetration. So Vikas, do you see the emergence of certain platforms which will allow for these broken contracts to get fixed? I mean, the government's working on ONDC as a platform, and there are others. So is it a need for somebody to come in to actually make these kind of gig contracts and employment contract actually work? Because we're dealing with a lot of opportunity, but it looks like a broken market in parts.
Yes, I think ONDC is still, since this is just at a concept stage, there are many examples. I'd like to give you one from one of the big tech companies. They have, one of the companies started an initiative called Taskmate. I don't know if you know about it. So this is basically, as the question says whether the villagers can go for a transactional model or not. So this big tech company created something called a Taskmate, where you register for, doing whatever kind of tasks are given to you. And then you given a task, but the tasks are created in such a way that chances of an unskilled person or somebody not doing it without having a geotag are very minimal. Of course, training is required. We could use in one of our development projects where we wanted to map all the water resources in a state which was hit by a drought, and use these people who were, registered informally as taskers with this Taskmate application, which is a small application, where you select a task. We tell you, go find all the wells or water resources, take a photograph along with the geotag and upload it. And for every task completed, you get 20 rupees or whatever. And then when you keep on doing your tasks, so we introduced something where doing a task efficiently increases your incentives and you get more work. And you will be surprised to know more 1 million people from multiple states, including North Indian states, are registered, and they have been our, source of crowdsourcing for doing things for which we would have to give crores to some of these consulting organizations or survey organizations to bring that data, and they would still not have that kind of a workforce to do it. So that is just one example. But like Google, there are other Amazons and others who are also trying similar kinds of transactional gig economy platforms. And I would say most of these are still at the testing stage. They have not been mainstreamed or announced commercially. But the fact is that, yes, many such models are being developed where especially the rural people and for government to go to areas and get data from where, getting it through a commercial organization becomes very expensive. These experiments are proving to be huge boosts both for the supply side to be able to collect accurate data about our resources, the peoples, the kind of jobs they are doing, and for the demand side to be able to just certain tasks, move around in your village, do something and get some money at the end of the month. So I think this is happening a lot. And we have been able to identify people whom we call as our village resource persons, who are doing these kinds of transactional tasks for more than one ministry of Government of India. So any ministry which wants data on health, on education, on agriculture, on soil conditions are able to tap these taskers. So I think those kinds of models are being built up using technology.
Thank you, Vikas. That's very exciting. So basically, we're talking about almost like task marketplaces. So
Yes.
I think basically where digital can kind of work, or because just like we have marketplaces like Urban Company and others in urban markets, how do you kind of bring a marketplace business model, use technology, and somebody has to be an anchor providing a lot of tasks to create a market, right? So I think if you can put some details of this as links in the chat box, that can be a good takeaway for folks on this meeting. Okay. A few more questions that we have now. We have from Ashmi about the word entrepreneurship is often used. Can you characterize rural entrepreneurship as being different from urban entrepreneurship? How is rural entrepreneurship different? Sandeep, you worked with a lot of entrepreneurs in rural, and you've been developing entrepreneurs yourself at Ipco Kisan. You want to give us a quick flavor in terms of what is different about rural entrepreneurship and what is the same when you look at it from a typical urban entrepreneurship construct?
See, one of the key things that I realize is that in general, entrepreneurship is not different from rural to urban, but that it's the landscape, the market, the opportunities that are available to you, the resources that are available to you, that becomes a critical issue from a rural standpoint. And that is why rural entrepreneurship becomes, unless it has scale, becomes difficult. Just give you an example, in 1 square kilometer in urban, you may be able to cater to 1,000 people or 5,000 people. In a rural landscape, you will need to, actually scout the country or kilometers to get to that kind of landscape if you are targeting that market. But if you are sitting in a rural market and targeting the urban market, and that is what we saw in COVID, some of the entrepreneurial farmers actually took their produce directly to the consumer in the cities, and they got permission, etc., and they could sell at very decent rates. These days, we have seen a great example in terms of farmers market. There's an NGO working in Pune, which is actually creating this farmers market by getting the farmer's son or other relative to say that you will devote full time to us, and you will bring this specific produce to this market, and we will help you channelize it to the market. And they have taken permission from Pune and other places, etc., each location, that each day they will sit there between 4 to 8 p.m., etc. And that becomes a great entrepreneurial model where you have rural, supply coming into the urban demand market, and everyone say that they're very happy with this produce. I mean, this could be scaled up. Similarly, if we were to look at agro-processing as such, but my, again, point, Rajiv, keep on coming is that there is no room for journalists right now. Even if you create, somebody mentioned about geotags, and traceability and MRL levels in spices for Kerala. The fact does remain, unless you follow through the entire process and create this package of practices and get them implemented, which is a traceable mechanism, etc., which can be proven, which can be certified, you will be able to command great premium. My biggest, since there is a 200 audience and I am basically at heart a farmer, so I would say the first thing that we need to use is to have better package of practices. My concern is that what we are producing today is not worth consuming. Many countries are rejecting our material because we are using too much of chemicals into that, and that is the biggest problem that we will face, because our health will start deteriorating. And that is something that all of us need to realize, and that's where I bring in sustainability also along with that. So, whoever is working in the farming landscape, please remember to tell the farmer it just doesn't take much. In fact, it is far more efficient. In our experiment that we have done, we have realized that we are able to reduce the input cost by 10 to 15%, improve the yields by 25%, and you are able to call it a MRL compliant product. Basically, it's next to organic. Organic does not use any chemical. Here we use chemical, but optimum levels, so that by the time it reaches your plate, there are no chemicals along with it. So that is something that we need to push to the farmer. I feel sad. The people, our farmers are saying that this is what we grow for the market and this is what I grow for my own family. This becomes a trust issue. I feel sad about this aspect.
Thanks, Sandeep. I think the entrepreneur and the investor in me looks at all of these as very interesting opportunities, because often it's so fragmented. So I think various ventures, whether it's government, CSRs, or entrepreneurs, who can take these fragments, for example, agri-extension, as to how to grow low chemical crops,
exactly,
or like what Taskmate has done. So I think connecting the fragments of rural, are large opportunities in themselves,
exactly,
whether you come from a policy side or you come as an entrepreneur side. We have two other interesting questions. One from Utkarsha, who says, we have 11 crore farmers who are getting DBT and we got good demand about them. But every time we talk about doubling the farmer's income, we talk about the individual farmer. Why don't we start looking at the household or the farmer family as a unit when we're talking about doubling? And when we're doubling about income, should we not be also including the non-farm income? Ben, do you want to have a quick take on that?
Yeah, I think very interesting question. I think this whoever has asked this question is really great. So two things that we need to understand is that, yeah, you're right that DBT has gone into every farmer, and we are able to trace him by Aadhaar card, and there is a net output to him, and we can trace it out. Second point is that as of now in India, it is very difficult to kind of predict and say that there is only there is a household which only works on farm. That data says that it is not there. There are very minuscule percentage of households which are only dependent upon farm. So farm is right now close to about, if the acreage, if you really look at, then by acreage, the percentage of income that goes into a household is close to about 60% or 55%. The rest is still services, wages, leases, livestock. There are many other things that are kind of coming into play. So your question is right. Are we doubling farmers' income? Then we might have some other ways of doing it. Or are we doubling household income? Then allied sector and other stuff kind of tries to pile on it, and you have to work around that. By meaning that, I mean, you really need to look at it. Agriculture is going to add a very small percentage. Allied sector definitely can change the background much faster and much higher. Does that kind of answer your question overall?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. So I think it's more about how we start collecting and reporting data. Thanks. So we have the next question, which is primarily about what's the role of agri-tech. Yeah, please.
Just wanted to add to what you said. Many government programs which are aimed at doubling farm income, doubling farmers' income, are actually taking into account lots of other value-added services, not just farming. So fisheries, poultry, providing services, sometimes even providing trainings to other farmers. So most of these government programs talking about doubling farmers' incomes are not focusing on doubling it only from farming, but for the farmer by doing lots of allied activities.
Thank you. And I think one of the aspects is often the rural economy has not been a very monetized economy. It's also been a large self-consumption economy. So many of those things don't get captured in data. As more and more people end up having to buy and sell the things which they normally would be self-producing and exchanging, I think the nature of the market economy also changes. That's a different aspect. We have one last question about what's the role of agri-tech startups in livelihoods. But before I get to that, I'll just merge that with my closing questions to all of you all as we get into the last 5 minutes. But I just wanted to have one side question to Munish from Jeevitam, who's over here on the panel, because Jeevitam is doing a bunch of things using technology in the area of rural livelihoods. I just wanted to understand what has been your experience in the adoption of such technology. What's an appropriate technology for rural markets on livelihoods, Munish? And what's your sense on gig versus the gig kind of model? So if you can just give your brief response, I think that will be wonderful.
Thank you very much. I think a very important and pertinent question coming from Rajiv, and that's where we are creating a differentiator. Jeevitam is a livelihood platform looking at impacting people. One of the things which we realized, when we went to the rural area, there were three characteristics which stood out. Most of the people there were not so educated. The education level were not as good. Second, everyone did not have access to internet, smartphone, or they did not know how to operate it, right? Watching YouTube is not something which is a smartphone usage, which is there for that. And third, the language barrier was very pertinent. As you go into the rural, there are different languages. And, the solution which was coming from technology in the form of websites and apps coming out as a solution was not really working for them, right? So what was the solution? We saw voice as a very big enabler, right? Padhna likhna nahi aata, bolna aata hai. Internet, smartphone nahi hai. You have a feature phone with you, and we put our Jeevitam platform working 21 Indian languages, and that was our big success, right? Reaching out today, very clearly we saw, there is a gap which is there. There is a requirement from the industry. There are work providers who need work seekers, and the work seekers say we do not have the work opportunity. So where we saw the problem was in the matchmaking. So that is one which we looked into. Second, we have to reinvent this concept of jobs, and Jeevitam is livelihood. It is not, if you are looking at working for someone, it is a job, but if you're looking at working for yourself is an entrepreneurship, and there the prime emphasis on self-entrepreneurship with the advent of so many platforms, right, which are promoting individual entrepreneurship, right? I am so many agri-tech startups which I am seeing, these are the platform emerging, which what we have done in the urban areas, similar with tweaks they are implementing in the rural areas, and the focus is the gig, right? There were two panelists which I will quote over here. One of the MD of Shriram Life Insurance, they are into the rural space, they are into those things. They said we need 10 lakh financial advisors are required, and they are not talking about education, 10th pass, 12th pass person becoming a life insurance agent, right, and earning a good income. And Shriram Life Insurance alone need 10 lakh insurance agents, right? He is talking about industry requirement of 1 crore. When I was talking to one of my last few panelists from Adobe, he was saying creator economy jobs, and there again, the creator economy jobs, which any person or the farmer son, with the last question which came in, looking at farmer income from not only allied services, but also from a family unit perspective. His son, right, he's not advocating him to join the farming job, right? But he doesn't want his son to go away. Can he look into, the gig economic jobs and fulfill the same requirement, right? Why don't you have to migrate? So these are the two basic things which we are seeing as a Jeevitam as a startup.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Manish. Thank you so much. So just kind of getting down to the closing points, since our audience primarily comprises CSRs, there are folks from government, and also there will be aspiring entrepreneurs. So I have a question for each of you all from a closing perspective. Sandeep, in your new avatar, okay, it looks like you're going to be spending a lot of time in the startup world and entrepreneurs. So if you were to just give us some closing thoughts, that we talked about livelihoods. So what are some of the takeaways, okay, that entrepreneurs and founders may want to look at from a rural and livelihoods perspective? That's my question to you. To Benjamin, my question would be that from a CSR perspective, okay, we have a lot of CSRs. This foundation is doing some work on the CSR for employment. So would you be open to have more CSRs engage with you all and each other? So there's some community of interest getting created around livelihood. And my question to Vikas finally would be around what should be the 1 or 2 takeaways for government, since you work so much in the policy sector, okay, on rural livelihoods. To you all for all your closing remarks, please. Thank you.
Rajiv, I'll start. So the bigger thing that I would say that for entrepreneurs and founders would be to, they start with a problem to solve. My bigger question would be the problem needs to be solved with great deal of expertise, and we need to create scale. See, the question that was just asked was related to the fact that what impact EdTech has made on the rural economy, rural jobs, and farming as such. See, EdTech is doing a great job. In the last, I would say, 4 or 5 years, they would have been able to attract upwards of $400 billion. There are more than 700 EdTech startups. But surprisingly, none of them has reached what I could call as a $1 billion valuation. I think what is the term for that. The fact does remain that they have chosen a very, very difficult task. And I, in my earlier avatar, used to deal with a number of startups. The bigger thing that I found was that they lack the capital and probably they lack the maturity to be able to scale up, because they need, I think, foundations like Deshpande and many other foundations to be able to handhold them. You know, while we start with a great objective, but the objective at points in time becomes impractical in front of regulation, in front of many headwinds that they face related to the environment, to the infrastructure, etc. So the idea is very good, but none of them has been able to scale to a decent size so far. So my bigger thing would be that we go deep and we scale fast. So these are the two things. And for that, I think agriculture technology or the dollars that are supporting it are yet not enough. So the government probably would need to step in to say that this is a serious problem. In fact, if you were to look at in any industry today, why so many startups came into one single industry, 700 is not a joke. It's a lot. The fact does remain there are the most inefficiencies within this sector. And these inefficiencies will create great opportunities for, you know, rural employees, for I would say technology experts, and for everyone concerned, including the consumer. So for all stakeholders, it's a win-win situation. So this is what probably we need to focus on, and this is where I think I would request the foundation to look at very seriously about what they spend their money on, and can it be impactful enough for creating employment, creating better supply chain, better quality of agri produce, and of course more efficient. This will also cover up for the doubling the farmers' income.
Thank you. And would you be open that, given all your experience, if some of the participants was to contact the organizer of the event, let's say founders who would like to have a mentoring chat with you, so can they reach out to you through the Jeevitam team?
Definitely, more than welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Sandeep. So Ben, if you can just provide again your quick closure about whether, how you would like to cooperate with other CSRs, okay, when it comes to skilling. I mean, in any invitation that you would like to provide. No?
Thank you, Rajiv. I think I'll take Sandeep's last point is that, do you want to double the farmers' income? Do you want to skill the people at the ground level? I think Foundation is very interested. It is trying to productize and make things sustainable. And in that sense, more partnership in terms of taking this entire thing right from the sandbox area of Hubli to everywhere across the country. I mean, that's not going to happen with us being only there. I think one of the key elements that we go forward is looking at partnership and how we can reach out to other places where this can be replicated. So very open to the kind of interaction that we can have, and good to go.
Thank you. And because last word, what are the one or two specific recommendations you might have to policymakers at a central or state government, okay, given your own perspective on the overlap of digital and rural livelihoods?
Yes, I think one of the big thing I think which needs to change is that government, being a monopoly business, has to shift their thinking from a supply side kind of a planning to a demand side planning. And we have seen this work in many of our projects, rather than a bunch of people sitting together deciding what would be good for the farmers. If we do extensive exercise in finding out what they need and then use our programs, our technologies, our money to enable that demand, I think that will change the scenario. So there is a very, very clear need of which we call, disrupting things and moving from a supply thinking to demand side thinking, and supply side only enables what is required on the ground rather than deciding what is required. So that would be my closing thing.
Wonderful. That applies to founders and that applies to government. I mean, start with the demand side first. Fantastic. So to the panel, this has been a wonderful discussion. I learned a lot from my interactions with you. And I think we have the audience with some very, very specific takeaways, whether they are CSRs, government folks, or entrepreneurs or people at the ground level. So once again, a big thanks to the Jeevitam team for organizing this. And a very special thanks to you, Sandeep, to you, Benjamin, to you, Vikas, okay, for making this time, especially during your lunch time. Hopefully the discussion was a good substitute. and sharing all your thoughts and experiences with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Rajiv.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Sandeep. And thank you, Benjamin and Mr.
Yeah,
Vikas, right. I think Rajiv really, he's our member advisory board, and listening in the way he, took on the entire session and brought very important topic, rural is our next frontier, is something which we feel. And I think when we are looking at impacting vulnerable segments, I think large amount of people are there in the rural, right, which needs help. So I think thank you for this session, and we now will go to the next session. Rajiv, thank you very much for all the support.
Thank you very much, Manish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Okay, we will now go to our final session for this today Parivartan Livelihood Samvad. This session is very close to my heart, and I said, when we are looking at reimagining livelihood, if we are looking at Parivartan, I think there is very clear need that we need Parivartan in the way we look, for livelihood for differently abled. I have with me in my panel today people one of the person whom I know well, okay, and is Pavitra. Pavitra is the founder and MD of India Info. We have Mr. Muralidharan, who is our chairman advisory board. He is also on the advisory board of Pavitra. I'm so happy to have Pavitra on our discussion today. So Pavitra, you are there?
Yes, thank you, Manish. Thank you very much.
And we have, with us our another speaker also, which is one second.
Meenu.
Yeah, Meenu Bambani, right? I think I don't know her as much, but hello. Okay, I don't know her as much, but I have heard quite about her from Binali, who is our Chief Partnership Officer and mentor for that. So welcome, Meenu, for this session. And then we have with us, I for some reasons, Vinaya had one of his personal family members lost out. So she is not there. We have her replacement. Rashmi, who is there?
Nayantara ma'am is there.
Yeah. Okay, Nayantara ma'am. Hi, Nayantara. You're there?
Yeah, she is there.
Okay.
I'm asking her to unmute. Yeah, just one.
Okay, good. Okay, so a very warm welcome to all the three panelists to our last session. This has been a two-day Parivartan Livelihood Samvad, where we had one keynote address, 2 fireside chat sessions, and around 7 sessions with various eminent speakers from the industry. This session, as I said, is very close to my heart, okay, and very important segment, wherein we are looking at how we can reimagine livelihood for the differently able to bring in more inclusiveness. I remember, around 3 years back, I attended one seminar organized by ENY, and they had put one metric on in the presentation, which really struck me very hard, was that, and I don't know that percentage is right or wrong, I am not getting into, but it gave us the picture, broad picture was that only 1% of the differently able people who are eligible for work are gainfully employed. That is the picture which came in, right? That was a very startling statistic which came into me. And that really disturbed me, because, we as a society, we were not doing enough for this segment. That clearly came out to us. Second, I have few of my friends who are fortunate, to have differently able as their sons, and I've seen their family, that family life revolves around their kids, And the only one thing which goes out in the family mind is, can I make my kid self-dependent? That is the only mission that family has for his kid. Can I make my kid self-dependent? And third, thing which I really, was not very happy with all of us is, we are not very sensitive to the needs as an industry, to the needs of the differently abled. I keep hearing a lot of stuff, but if you look into, the infrastructure requirement which is there, they are not in favor of, differently able people to work, right? That has been seen there, for it is not there. I have worked with the best of corporates, and I have seen in my 30 years of experience, we have failed miserably there. And for me, the last important point is that yes, there are challenges which are everywhere. Is there a way we can look into and help get best out of these people? They are so many of them I have met in the past, and okay, they are so much there. Sorry, I missed one more point. In that seminar alone, they have put out stalls outside wherein there were various corporates, right from Google to IBM to, you name the who's who of the ENY and then the HSBCs of the world. There were around at least 50 corporate stalls outside that seminar. And in those 50 corporate stalls, right, everyone I went and spoke to. And what they had, they were saying, we are looking at helping differently able find livelihood, but the challenge is they are not able to find enough people, right? So on one hand, there was also industry who was willing to come out and help, but they were not having enough people. So, these were the challenges and all. The crisis has deepened the impact, right? This last 2 years have been difficult. And I think today what we are trying to look into are what are the possible solutions, right, to the problem which we face, right? How can we, if we are looking at, the women workforce participation abysmally low, we can't even talk about the workforce participation of the differently able, right? So we have a very good panel with us. Pavitra is there, Meenu Mamani is there, Nayantara is there. I think we are going to talk about and hear you about your perspective on how we can look, a Parivartan in the way we look and reimagine the livelihood for the differently abled, and how can we, as an industry, come together, collaborate together to, have their increase in workforce participation. So my first question, so before I do that, sorry, I need to introduce my panelists in much more detail. So I'll first start with Pavitra. Pavitra Y. Sundaresan she's the founder and MD of Vindhya Infomedia Private Limited. It's a BPO started in the year 2006 with the vision of bringing in business and philanthropy together. Vindhya has been able to create employment opportunities for more than 1,800 people by creating a platform for the people who have been deprived of opportunities. Vindhya is creating a wide range of customers spread across India, servicing its customers in the area of data processing and voice processing. Vindhya aims to employ 5,000 people in the next 5 years. The sector that Vindhya serves, Vindhya Info serves today include telecom, BFSI, MFI, healthcare, shared services for organizations across all sectors, insurance, government, IT. I had the privilege to visit Vindhya Info Center, and believe me, it was an eye-opener. One of the persons who was working there, right? I saw she's a blind person there, and she was handling Videocon, the services queries she was handling. She had an irate customer, which she was handling. So here's a blind person who is listening to an irate customer, and from one ear she's listening the customer, and the other ear she's working. Her hands are working. She's typing it out. She's going into the system and checking the query, and in a very calm way, right? She was answering all the queries. For me, that was a moment, I said, what are we talking, right? Pavitra, the visit to your center was so much of eye-opening, and I must commend to you the kind of work you have been doing. When I was moving around your center, I had lunch there. When I was moving around your center, I saw all those people with smile on the face, right? And I think that smile on the face, you had a lot to do with the smile on the face of the people there. So that was a very amazing experience, that stays with me for long, right? Meenu Bhamani, she's the Vice President, Head of Corporate Citizenship and Inclusion and Diversity, APAC, State Street Corporation. She's an International Ford Foundation Scholar with a doctoral degree in English Literature and MS in Disability and Human Development from University of Illinois and Chicago. She is a people's person with high emotional intelligence. She thrives on relationship building, networking for creating partnerships, in being a trusted advisor and advocating for equity for those margins of socio-economic development. She is a professional with 20 years of experience in the area of human development with specialization in social policy. She started her career as faculty teaching English literature and moved to work as Assistant Commissioner Disabilities with Government of Rajasthan. Post her fellowship, she joined World Bank and subsequently Policy Advocacy non-profit organization Delhi. Currently, she heads CSR at Emphasis, where her key responsibility is to engage with development sector, especially in the area of education, disability, inclusion, and livelihoods, to help the company become more inclusive and work towards remove barriers which may exist in the person with disabilities. I can go on and on, Meenu. There is a lot to talk about you. So thank you for being there, Meenu, for taking out time and being there. Binali, as I said, she is my partner and she talks very high about you. So welcome to this session. Then we have with us also Nayantara. Meenu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Meenu. Thank you very much. So privileged and honored to have you over here, Meenu. Thank you very much. Right. And then we have Nayantara. Nayantara is acting as a pillar. She's very, very learned. She's the Chief of Staff at Enable India, passionate about enabling positive environments, believe in opportunity for all. A career starting in hotels, call center, and social entrepreneurship leads her to believe that potential is limitless. So Nayantara, a big warm welcome to you also. Thank you for being here. I think all three of you, I'm going to now make the floor open for the questions. So first question, I'm coming to you, Pavitra, since I know you, right? And I've seen what you have done, right? You have been, you are providing livelihood to actually 1,800 people and you have your own 5,000. What has been your experience, right? What made you start this enterprise? What has been, you have received so many accolades and awards. How has been your journey, this particular side?
Thanks, Munish. Very happy to see you, Meenu and Nayantara. My journey has been wonderful. I mean, I can say that I've always been winning with a lot of learnings which I have, with people around me. It all started with a thought, with an idea that, we will create an organization where we can bring in impact and business together, because we wanted it to be a business as we felt that, that's the only way, because I had to build my career, and two, it's the only way where I can make it sustainable, scalable from a business point of view. And from the impact side, we felt if you're doing something, why can't we do something for the community which will get benefited, and it's a mutual win-win, because BPO industry generally is not an industry which people appreciate, because one of the largest attrition happens in the BPO industry. And we felt, can we address this issue by bringing in a set of people who actually value jobs and not leave jobs just like that. It all started like this in the year 2006. And again, I also came in as a new kid on the block where we didn't know anything about disability. All we knew was to kind of bring in people and try to kind of create opportunities. So for example, I am a commerce student. I knew Excel sheets, and that's why I started a data entry company. Similarly, we wanted to bring in people with very minimal education, but the fire in them, the zeal in them, and the attitude which is positive for them to kind of create something for themselves. And that's what was the larger idea of starting. So again, my mother is a doctor, so all I knew is a doctor can create a magic by just touching people and bring smiles. That's what was my observation when I was growing up. Then I said I couldn't become a doctor, but let me try to kind of bring that smile, but holding people's hands. And that was the kind of idea behind. And we did have our own share of learnings. For example, we didn't have our office in ground floor. Ours was in first floor without a lift and a ramp. But yet, people who came in actually made things possible. I mean, till the time they told us, we were not aware. Today, there is a lot of accessibility we talk, but 16 years back, this was not as much spoken as it is today. So people who came in, for example, a person who was on a wheelchair, rather he could walk with his hands without the wheelchair. He said, ma'am, all we need is opportunities. Try to kind of give us that. And together we will create this infrastructure which can help or support people with different disabilities. Similarly, a person with hearing impairment came to us and wrote and told me that give me a job. And she was much more qualified and experienced than me to kind of to take her for this role which we were looking at. And she said there was definitely a question as how do we communicate, what do we do, because that's what we are kind of stuck today. And she said, I'll teach you my language, you teach me your job. And that was an exchange which happened. And that's how sign language has become an official language on our data floors. And today people talk with, of course, I don't say everybody talk the absolute sign language, but there is no barrier. I mean, we still talk to them. They're still part of not just the work, but beyond work as well. So that's how, things at Vindhya started changing. And, what we did was we followed a policy, ask and not assume, because a lot of us are bound by perceptions. We feel a person like this can do only this, even for example, from the gender point of view also, maybe women can work till 7 or 8, beyond that, it would be tough. They cannot network. And all of these questions are still there. While we do not want to talk about it, it is still being asked, right? And all we do is just tell, people that, we're not going to create anything unless you ask for it. Otherwise, there are basic, toilets and ramps and lifts which are available. But beyond that, if somebody needs any additional support, we request them to kind of ask us and we will ensure it is done. So that's something which is really helping us. It is not just for people with disabilities, but beyond that also we have people from rural areas. We have people, women who've never been part of corporate work culture. All they do is ask and not assume. And this has worked really well with us. And hence we've been able to kind of create 4 centers apart from, including Bangalore, Nagpur, Krishnagiri, and Hyderabad. These are where we are working now across different sectors. And all I can say is we all have to make that beginning. Till we have somebody on board, you will not know what is really needed to kind of make your space inclusive, accessible, and whatever we call disabled friendly and everything. So that's where I would want to stop at, Manish.
I just wanted to start with a success story, right? And while we talk all the not positives, right, we need to start with a positive. And that's how you are a big positive, Pavitra, right? That's how I see it. And thank you for being there. I think we have with us in this particular thing, as by speaking, there are around 240. We have around 250 plus people entire, and these people represent people from the CSR industry. There are people from the academia. There are people from the partnership ecosystem. There are people from the skilling universe, and there are people from the startups and corporate side. So there is an entire spectrum over here, and believe me, they are all here listening to you out. You, as an example, I want many to know, Vindhya Info example, right? Because I think we have island of success, right? 5,000 people is what we are looking, but the problem is very big, right? So, but we need to be some role models. We need to be some examples. We need to start positive. So I think, thank you for Pavitra showing that positivity, being the example for everyone over there. Now, coming to Meenu, right? I think I'm so happy, Meenu, to have you over here, right? There is a lot to be learned from your experience. I just kept on reading and reading, and it was just going on and on. There are so much of accolades, so much of experience. And I think you are from this universe which you have a very much understanding, and you are from the corporate side, and you are you have an understanding of this segment. When I read through, you have to really tell us, what is the actual problem, right? When we are looking at PWD and solving this problem of the PWDs or person with disabilities or person with differently able, right? Whatever, we have to be very, very sensitive about it, right? But just we need to understand, get a perspective of you, the problem statement which you think, especially in the context of the ongoing crisis.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. And once again, nice to see Pavitra and Nayantara. So I am also a person with disability. So I have lived experience of being in this space as a user, as someone who has gone through this journey of finding a job for myself, getting educated, working in the disability sector, working in the corporate sector. And, we are in 2022. And somewhere I feel, while awareness is there, a lot of things, we have Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, which recognizes so many disabilities. But the broad problem statement hasn't changed in so many decades when it comes to people with disabilities. We continue to have the same problem statement over and over again that, there are jobs, we want to hire people with disabilities, but there is no talent pool. We don't find candidates. This was the situation that so I worked with Emphasis. Right now I'm with State Street. And views here are based on my personal experience, and so there's a disclaimer I want to put that these are not State Street views, these are my views, these are my personal views, based on my experience and learning of so many years. So, I wrote an article in 2016 where I documented my 9 years of experience of working in the employability space, especially for people with disabilities. I'm not generalizing. It's more anecdotal because it's what I observed. So, when I started my journey way back in 2007 with emphasis on hiring people with disabilities, firstly, I came across a few myths. One myth was hiring people with disabilities increases retention for companies, as people with disabilities are more loyal and tend to stick for long. Then that there is a difference in the careers of candidates with secondary school education and those who are university graduates, as the dropout rate was much higher for people with disabilities without college education. Thirdly, disability and privilege went hand in hand. So those who were privileged, who were not necessarily the first generation learners in the family, whose parents could advocate for their rights, right to good education, right to get admission in decent colleges, right to have a decent education, also had access to jobs and employment. Large problem was with those who didn't come from that privileged background, where the parents didn't have the resources to fight for their rights, to fight for their inclusion, and get them the necessary support, which is required at the very beginning when you are in your primary school, in your pre-primary, in your early learning. So you have missed out on so many years of intervention. And then suddenly you are in your youth looking for a job, but you don't have the skills. So the argument about untapped talent pool misses the point of access to privilege and resulting opportunities for a limited number of potential candidates with disabilities. So that is the problem statement. It all starts very early. You start intervening when they are 18-year-old, 20 years old, 25 years old, 35 years old. You are plugging the gaps, but the gap is so huge that you need, I don't know how many years of intervention to keep on plugging that gap. Have things changed? Yes, things have changed. And as Pavitra was rightly saying, ask and don't assume. Have people first, and then think of the solution. Because if you keep thinking of the solution that I will make my infrastructure ready first, and then I will have people, it doesn't happen like that. A lot of companies, when they start their journeys, they look at identifying a few roles. I think for people with disabilities, these roles are the best, and we should hire them here. Completely forgetting that if you identify certain roles and exclude all other roles, you're actually discriminating. The law prohibits discrimination. So how we did at, so I remember my journey that when I joined, I did not know where to start, by changing the infrastructure or by working with managers to change mindsets, or both. All these seemed very uphill tasks. The managers insisted on making infrastructural changes in order to facilitate employment. Training teams were apprehensive about learning capacities of people with sensory impairments. The narrative used by a lot of NGOs was that there is an enormous talent pool. And what we realized that when we went out in the open market, through mainstream media, when we advertised our postings that these are the openings that we have, with a prominently mentioning that we are an equal opportunity employer, we encourage people with disabilities to apply. It sent out a positive message where a lot of people with disabilities who would otherwise not go to a vocational training center or to an NGO, but is otherwise well qualified, we found a lot of qualified hireable talent in the mainstream, whether it was through the mainstream Naukri, to media, to newspapers. I remember the first recruitment drive I had done, nearly 60 people walked in and only 7 could get selected. So what was the solution? We realized that we don't have skilled candidates. But are the skills, can the skills be built? So yes, skills could be built for certain processes. So while we understood that we didn't want to discriminate, we didn't want to segregate and have only certain roles, but we realized that this was not based on disability, but this was based on what skills they had and what skills they could be trained on. So one started with the exercise of skill mapping. So you went to every process and said that, okay, these are the essential skills that are required in this. And we will provide the right support, a reasonable accommodation to make sure that the barriers are removed. So once the barriers are removed, then you are providing an inclusive, equitable opportunity to the candidate. One is small example. For example, color blindness. The person is able to see everything but colors. You create a barrier when you have presentations where you say that green is all done. Red is high priority. This is amber. You have created a barrier. So how do you work on removing the barriers, sensitizing. So what I'm saying is the problem statement continues to remain the same. The solutions are there today. And especially in the current situation, especially over the last 2 years, what we have observed is that technology has become a great equalizer.
Yes, very much.
So where people had challenges in coming to work, everybody was working from home.
Yes, big time.
When it came to education, I mean, people would only think of one way of education, but I have heard personal stories from so many people who are disabled, and especially those who are blind, and they said, for us, it was empowering because we were not singled out. We were part of everybody. So that has opened possibilities, but also for some candidates, work from home environment was not ideal. They did not have the right space or the infrastructure or the technology. For them, coming to office was a much better solution than working from home. A lot of candidates who require a buddy to work with, they could not operate from home. So what we realized in these last 2 years was also that you need to enhance people's choices. Because if you paint everybody with the same brush, you're not customizing the solutions, because even in disability, each individual is different. There is a range of disability in blindness, there's a range of disability in hearing disability, there is a range of disability in locomotor and physical disability. I can walk short distances, I need wheelchair for long distance. There are multiple things that I need. So you cannot create same solution for everyone that all people with disabilities should work from home because it's easy for them. So how are you involving people in the decision making? Are you giving them choice? Are you enhancing their choices and making them independent? I'll pause here. I know you have more questions.
I think, you set the tone. I think these are follow-on questions which will come and we have always looked and, take it or leave it sort of a thing. Yeah, this is available and we have never given them a choice, right? When we were creating Jeevitam, we are a startup and as a platform, when we were creating, there are two sides of a platform. It's a seeker and a provider, right? So, they both have an equal choice, right? Work provider has a choice and the work seeker also has side. That was not the case here, right? Work seeker, you take it my way or the highway, right? That was the way which is there. And that needed to change, right? Work seeker also has a right to choose, right? Okay. And the important element here, which this crisis has done, right? First, there was only one option, right? You have to go out for work, right? So whatever may be your situation, you had no choice again here, right? You have to go out for work. What this crisis has done, work can also come to your home, right? Now, here you have a choice. You want to work from home or you want to go out for work. Choice is yours, right? Subject to the environment you are in, the challenges you are facing, you have a choice. And that's the more important. So thank you, Meenu, for setting that tone, right? Now I'm going to go to Nayantara. Nayantara, I have been, I'm on touch with Shanti Raghavan on LinkedIn, and we both are connected. So she is very much on LinkedIn, and I'm also very much on LinkedIn. So I keep reading her posts, and I saw her very, her post very, very apt and very relevant for the segment she is looking into, right? She has got various awards, and she recently was in the summits, overseas summit. She was here where she is representing the person with disabilities segment, and she has a very different way of looking at things, especially for the hearing impaired and people with blindness. So Nayantara, what is Enable India's experience? What are you doing? What is your view about how do we increase the workforce participation? As we are talking about women and other things, there is 1% is not the right figure at all. It is as good as zero. We have no workforce participation of the PWDs. How do we change that? And what is Enable India doing in that side? Tara?
Thank you, Manish. So yes, so Enable India is a 22-plus-year-old organization, and currently we work across 19 disabilities. And we have been able to provide employment opportunities or livelihood opportunities to over 50,000 people across the country. When you say that 1% of people are gainfully employed, I'm not sure where the statistic comes from, but it is also true that there are no absolute statistics when it comes to people with disabilities. I think the number we have is closer to about 36% of people who are employed. You may be talking about people who are part of the top 500 companies or something like that. Could be. I'm not sure where the statistic comes from, but yes, but whichever way you look at it, there is a large gap to be filled, and that is what Enable India does in terms of finding people, the best person for the best job. And I'm fortunate enough to know Meenu and Pavitra, and I think we are all on the same page here. There are systemic gaps that exist. One of the biggest gaps is in our country is education. We all talked about the problem of the demand. So right, see is there is we don't need to really establish a business case for companies to hire people with disabilities. Companies are willing to hire people with disabilities. The problem remains the supply. Where are the people with disabilities? If you want to put people into companies, where are those people? Government is mandated to hire 4%, and in Karnataka, in fact, is 5% of the entire hiring of people with disabilities, but they don't ever fulfill that quota. So even in the government sector, when it is mandated, they're not being able to fulfill the quota, then it's quite obvious that private sector would have even fewer people, fewer percentiles in the workforce of persons with disability. Now, why does this happen? Why is this quota not getting filled, or why are we not being able to place more people into jobs? Right. So there's a very big, there are large systemic gaps in that education system itself. And the systemic gaps exist not because people are unwilling or unable to learn, it's because we are unable to teach. Our education system is not accessible to people with disabilities. So therefore, what happens is when a person with a sensory disability, that is a person who is either visually impaired or hearing impaired, by the time they reach grade 8, they are encouraged to drop out of taking maths and science. Okay, so they continue with art subjects. Then you have people, when they want to get into colleges, you have, first of all, colleges are inaccessible. People are unable to access the premises of a college. If they have to go from the first year to the second year, if the floor changes, they're unable to continue their education. So we see a large number of dropouts there. So in our estimation, we have only about 25,000 graduates or people who finished their diploma or degree seeking employment on an annual basis, which is a minuscule number given the number of persons with disabilities that we have. We have about 13.4 million people who are, in the workable age. And you have only 25,000 people per year who are coming out as graduates or as diploma holders. And so that is all attributed to the systemic gaps in the education. Now the education system there are changes happening. There is a thrust on inclusive schools, but in a country like ours, as big as ours, with the population as big as ours, it is going to take time for this change to happen. Up until then, what do we do? So what we've seen in the last few years, there's been a lot of corporate involvement. So corporates, as compared to the government, were to make real change in this supply-demand mismatch, the government needs to get involved. The government needs to be the major player. Otherwise, the change will not happen. But what we are seeing is that to bridge that gap for the time being, corporates are jumping in with skilling programs. What Meenu also alluded to when she was talking is that you realize that there is a bunch of people who are possibly have the right attitude, have the right, they're the right people who I can potentially hire in my organization, but they don't have the exact skills I need. They have some baseline skills. They might have done commerce, but they have not done maybe tally, or they might have done something in a BE or something like that, but they don't have the specific skills I need in development, software development. So are they trainable? So companies are jumping in more and more to provide collaborative training opportunities to say that I will train along with organizations like ours, where we bring in the employability training and we train on the soft skills. Companies train on the domain, the actual hardcore domain skills, and they're able to then find employment within the companies, or even if all of them cannot find employment within the companies, they're still more equipped to go and find jobs elsewhere. So these are some small changes, baby steps that are taking place. The other thing that I would like to add is, why is there a lack of supply? Is that there is a huge lack of awareness in our country. 70% of our country live in rural India, live in our villages, where there's a lack of access to any kind of technology or any kind of information. So what does that lead to? There is complete lack of aspiration in the mind of a person, a child with disability, or even a parent or a family of a child with disability. So the thought is, what is the point of investing time, money, energy on this child who is going to live, lifelong at home, who has to be taken care of for his entire life? No one is thinking of what the child is, that child could possibly grow up to do. And that is because there's a complete lack of awareness. They're not aware that, there are 10 children like him, like my son, who's visually impaired, who might be working as a software engineer in an IT company in Bangalore. So they don't have that information, therefore they do not have the aspiration. Because they do not have the aspiration, they're willingly drop out of school, because it seems to be an effort with no outcome.
Yes.
So these are some of the things that, we're slowly changing. So one of the things, again, that we do, we have a very simple, IVR-based, it's almost like a social network for the rural areas, which is an IVR-based system, which is called Enable Vani. We have it as Namma Vani in Karnataka, and we have it as Hamari Vani in the Hindi-speaking states. So around 20 states are covered. And where a person, even without a smartphone or without computer access, can actually get community-driven information on what is possible, what are some of the opportunities out there, what are some of the schemes that are out there, what are some of the educational possibilities out there, what are some of the colleges or courses they can do, even though they're a person with a particular disability. So this also helps building the aspirations in the child with disability, and very, very importantly, the parents, because when you look at a child with disability, unless the parents or the stakeholders, surrounding the child are also have that aspiration, they also have that will to make a difference, the child will not be able to go far. So you need to have parents who are includable. Includability is a term coined by Enable India. That is, it is an ability. Inclusive is not enough. You need to be includable. You have to have the deliberate ability to include, right? So unless you have parents who are willing to, they have that information, they have that awareness, and therefore they are, they're able to encourage their child, they're able to advocate for their child to do more, the change will not happen. So these are some things that need to happen at the grassroots, reaching the unreached, some changes in the education system, more corporate involvement. So we've seen a lot of that in the last few years, to build aspirations. So because demand will build supply, and I think we see that change happening, but very, very slowly. It's taking time, and I think that's where we are at right now.
I think very, very beautifully explained, right? The problem statements and the challenges and the kind of work Enable India is doing. It's very remarkable. I'm now going to go to Pavitra. Pavitra, you are running a BPO, okay? And BPO itself has gone through a transformation in the last 2 years, right? The work from home, I have, I'm speaking to many industry people in the BPO space, right? And they have in fact given away their offices, and they, the BPO industry, which was not, allowing anyone to enter into without, with the even anything with pen, or even, they made the whole, so, the system go to home, right? Now work from home has changed a lot, many businesses. How you are seeing this opportunity changing from the PWD space, right? Because Nayantara very clearly brought out the problem of accessibility, right? It is today infrastructure challenges there. You have solved this out by bringing the PWD from their rural areas to they live right in the hostels which you have. That's where you have created a solution. But what are you seeing work from home opportunities, and how this is opening up the opportunities for the PWDs, Pavitra?
With us during COVID, yes, we also kind of moved to a work from home kind of an environment. But considering the clientele we have, a lot of them want us to work in a environment where in office. There are a few people where with some projects we've been able to kind of create opportunity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. I think that's kind of with awareness, I would say that there is a larger acceptance also from the customers as well as the people whom we work with. So that like Meenu was sharing that technology has been a true enabler and it has really helped us to kind of reach out to people, not just in and around Bangalore, but also anywhere and everywhere across India today. So close to 30% of my people today work from home, and a lot of people have moved back into their, to their villages. And, again, are our villages as, ready infrastructurally to kind of manage these things? With us, we saw a lot of people were not able to kind of deliver from home because of the infrastructural issues. It could be electricity issues, it could be internet bandwidth and all of that. So hence, some of them actually wanted to come back. And two, some of them came back and said there is an opportunity for us to learn in an office kind of environment. So we would want to continue to learn. See, the kind of people whom we employ are primarily who are undergrads and, who are trying to start. Close to 80% of India's employees are people who are freshers and undergraduates. So they would definitely need constant handholding and grooming for them to move to the next level, because a lot of our people who come here are highly aspirational, ambitious, and want to really do something. And also there is a career graph which is very well defined, and it helps them to, kind of manage while they are here. Yes, it has really helped. While we're talking that overall, from an infrastructure point of view, deep in the rural villages and all of these places, I think there is still a challenge for us to kind of accept a complete work from home and, employ people. Otherwise, like I said, there is also an advantage here. We've been able to kind of work with otherwise who had challenges to kind of move out, who were not in a position to kind of afford a travel which would be expensive. But today they've been able to kind of deliver from home. So there is both advantage and disadvantage I see in the work from home with my experience.
See, work from home is making one world as one marketplace. That's all thing. We, Jeevitam, we are having a policy of work from home. All our colleagues work from home, including myself. I'm working from home, right? And we are delivering there. So, see, I'm an outsider to this space, right? And I have actually no understanding as much as you all have. But outsider to the livelihood world also, we are all bankers, and we have an outsider perspective, right? And when you are an outsider perspective, you look at a problem from a very different perspective, right? Because जब हम system में ही रहते हैं, हम आगे नहीं सोच पाते, innovation नहीं कर पाते, and we restrict to the same space which is there. So see, I'm coming to you, Meenu, now. Okay, you are from the corporate world, and one of the changes which we have seen, we are a big promoter of gig economic jobs, right? The gig economic jobs, you want to become a financial advisor, you can work as a financial advisor. Yesterday, Shriram Life Insurance MD talking about, they need 1 million financial advisors, right? We were talking to the business head of Adobe. He said they need 1 crore creator, economic jobs, right? which are there. So, the tutors, the, cloud kitchen entrepreneurs, and there is so much which is gig, which is work from home, which basically gives the opportunities to PWDs to work at their own pace, work for whatever they are, they have an interest, and it's sort of the this accessibility issues, because you're working from home and all, right? How you see this opportunity, Meenu?
So, so I saw two sides to it in the last 2 years. There was one side which was celebrating work from home, but also a lot of companies were not hiring at all. So there was a hiring freeze, and companies were dealing with a lot of uncertain situations. And then I came across another aspect where companies who were just beginning their journey, and they found an opportunity in outsourcing work, especially for people with disabilities. And in fact, what they claimed in a public forum like this, that during the pandemic, so while they were struggling to get people in office, people with disabilities, the right talent, by providing them the right digital devices and support, they in fact managed to double their headcount of people with disabilities during the pandemic, because they were working from home. So yes, to your question that are there opportunities? Yes, there are many, many opportunities. It has opened a whole new world for people who don't want to travel by choice. They're qualified, they have a disability, they can travel and come to work, but would rather work from home because it's just more easy. You enjoy the flexibility, you have work-life balance, you have everything else. Why am I saying this? Because this is, people with disabilities are people first, and they also have the same needs, desires, aspirations like anyone else.
Absolutely.
Right. So when we keep saying that, work from home is a boon only for people with disabilities, it's a boon for everyone. And the challenges are there also for people with and without disability. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to steer clear of this distinction and box people with disabilities in a structure that this is more convenient for you because it's work from home. You don't have to come. Let them make the choice.
I think that choice is coming out very, very clearly, right? Work from home is opening up, as rightly said by Pavitra, new opportunities are there, which companies, and at least, we had in our panelist, labor ministry official, and, work from home is a legitimate, is an option, choice. It's an option. When you give an option, it's a choice what you are giving, right? Okay. Yeah. So today, yes, there are certain...
So a lot of companies do not act as if they are giving a choice, but they feel that if they have given work from home, they have done a favor.
No, I think that, yeah, you are right.
That mindset. So 2 years they didn't have a choice. Now when things are settling back, that same old mindset is also coming back.
See, there is a big resignation drama happening. There is a, what is happening is we are right now in a tipping point, right? I was listening to Chandrasekhar TCS. Now, on one side, he's talking about, his own desire is to come, the people should come to office, right? But in the tech world, there is a 60% attrition, right? 80% attrition happening, because you can't push anyone to come over here, right? See, so every have, when you are, the education system, right? Before the crisis, everything was you have to go to the school, right? Okay. Now you have a choice. You can, the NEPs also, no education policy is saying you want to do online, you are free to do online, right? You have to pass, right? And if you are self-learning is there, and there is an element of coaching happening online, right? What just now you said, PWDs had this particular challenge of, Nayanthara also said, access to the schools even, right? Today, if you are at whatever level, now education has come to your home, right? And it is acceptable education option also, as work from home is an exceptional thing. Education at home is also an acceptable education option. EdTech firms are promoting that. So I think the challenge of the accessibility, which was there, right? Which was there, this challenge to some way can take care of, when, you are working from home. Yes, there are challenges for working from home, definitely. But, this is one door which has wide door, which has opened, which was not earlier open, right? And it is opening opportunities and possibilities, right? There is a, the verdict is yet to be out, is the work from home is good, or work from office is good, or hybrid is good, right? It is evolving, right? There is a lot of, challenge going on in the things for the corporates, what sort of a things to add. Is the crisis over? The answer is no, right? We have, in my panel only, there were 2 panelists who have fallen to COVID, right? Okay, who could not attend, which are there. So is this crisis over? The answer is probably no. We are seeing a rise happening, right? Again. So I think there is a change. Now I'll come to Nayanthara, right? Nayanthara, the parents have a very important role to play in the life of a, a person with differently able people, right? What role, because as I said, I'm privy to some parents who are kids who are differently able. This is not only the child, the differently able. The parents have this lifelong thing that they want what will happen when they are not around, right? Okay, they have been taking care of their kids till the time they are around, right? But what will happen to their kid when they are not around, and how they can make him self-dependent is something which is there. And this is very pertinent to livelihood. What's your view on that? And how parental support can, because you keep saying now there are enough jobs, enough things, there are not people. How parental support can help this bridge this gap?
Manish, so absolutely, this is what I said even earlier, is that it's absolutely imperative for the parent to be involved in the building the aspirations, making sure the children get, and it's like for any other child as well, right? I mean, if we all learn from our parents. So what happens with people with disabilities is that that experience of learning from a parent does not happen because you're viewed different to your parents. So you don't get the same. The parents are not looking, even if a parent is working, a parent is a farmer, but the child is a person with maybe a physical disability, the parent will not look at the child to become a farmer. Like the parent would look at his other children to become farmers. And I'm just taking a very simple example here. But it is, therefore, what I talked about earlier, this awareness is very important for parents to therefore be aware of what are the opportunities out there. Why is it, that the fact that your child need not be, your child need not be taken care of for his entire life or her entire life. The child can be someone who could be a contributor to the family, can become a taxpayer and a nation builder going forward. That information is not there with parents. And that is, I think, the biggest stumbling block. And that once that information is with parents, I think there will be a change in the way parents view, how they go about sort of dealing with children with disabilities. Again, as I said, 70% of India lives in her villages. So in the rural context, it's even more apparent when parents don't have that knowledge. Anyway, they don't have. There is limited knowledge. Then you're dealing with a child with disability. The child is seen to be a non-entity. Is never going to contribute to the family. Is never going to amount for anything. So, and again, the parents have no information as to what could potentially be the life trajectory of the child. What is potential? So I think that is very important. What we've seen, and I'll just talk about one case which was very heartening, is that we do a lot of work with neurodiverse candidates at Enable India, and of late, I'm sure Meenu and Pavitra are also aware that there's a mad scramble among companies to sort of include persons with neurodiversity, so those could be persons with intellectual disability, autism, into their workforce. And so there's a lot that's happening in that space right now. That's like the hot topic. And so when we had the pandemic and we shut down, one of the very basic questions, that one of the basic problems we had to solve is a person with neurodiversity needs a coach, needs a job coach that will coach the child on a daily basis. Otherwise, the child will forget. Otherwise, the child will not form a habit, right? So the needs the child, or sorry, not the child in this case, I'm sorry, but the aspirant with neurodiversity, neurodivergent aspirant needs that daily coaching. And normally what happens when you're working in office, when you're working on site, it is a trainer. It could be a trainer at an NGO or a trainer at a company who is working with that candidate day in and day out to coach the candidate to be able to deliver a certain outcome, a certain output, a job. Now, what happens in the pandemic? Everybody was being trained from home. So our training also shifted to a online training module. So who became the job coaches? The parents. The parents got trained to become the job coaches for their children who are people with neurodiversity. So then the parents became the job coaches, and the parents enabled the child to go and complete their training, complete their internship, and now many of them are gainfully employed. This is just one example I'm talking about. So that just shows the power of change when the parent gets involved. So I just wanted to leave it to that. And I just had one more point on, we talked about the gig economy earlier, and you were asking about the gig economy. So I think what we've seen, that's been a real sort of eye-opener for us as well. Traditionally, in the space of disability, we always look for a more secure, long-term kind of opportunity for a person with disability, something which is more stable, is not going to be short-term, because there is a learning curve, right? That the person has to learn a certain job and then only begins to deliver. And if it's a gig economy, it's always short-term. So, but what we realized during the pandemic is because when the mainstream jobs sort of just shut down, no one was hiring. And what did we do? So we sort of leveraged this gig economy to be able to find short-term jobs to bridge the gap for our candidates with disability. So that actually the pandemic taught us how the gig economy could be leveraged for persons with disability. I just wanted to add that while it wasn't part of your question.
Very relevant, right? See, I'm so happy to hear you, Nayantara, right? You reconfirm what we have been thinking, right? Because one is, the change which has happened, the Parivartan, that is the whole objective of this. We have to look livelihood in a very different way. We have to force to change, because this work from home, I'm a banker, 2 years back, if I have gone to my legal and compliance and told them, right, I want to work from home, he would have said, you are a crazy man, right? Okay. And now the whole terminals have gone home, and it is there to be there. Now, RBI has accepted work from home as one option, right? Clearly option. So there is a change which is happening. The parents are getting involved in that change. And I'm happy you looked at gig economy jobs. Believe me, it is a big thing. You should have one word with Shakti and me and everyone. We are going to talk about it, which is there. And this is my last question to everyone. I know we are running out of time, but this is important, right? See, I keep saying, we are an outsider, and we are a startup, and we ask questions, right? How do a startup think differently, right? Because when we are there for many years together, we look the problem in the same way, and we are not able to think out, right? You need to think from it. So we are a startup, right? Jeevitam is a startup, and we have this bad habit of asking questions, right? And asking questions so that it is, you can find innovation. You can look at different ways of doing things. That's the premise for doing a startup, right? So now my question to all the panelists, and I'll start with you, Pavitra. This question is for all the panelists. There are islands of success. Pavitra, you are a big island of success for us, right? You have proved to the industry, 1,800 people, gainfully, PWD people gainfully employed. You have got the model working, right? It is there. You're looking at 5,000. This is one conversation I had with you. And, many people, when we said, I'm telling you my example, when we said we will impact 1 million people, right? They laugh at us, right? Because there is no platform who is impacting 1 million people, right? Which is there. But we did impact 3.5 lakhs last year. Okay, and we are saying we'll impact million, and next year even 10 million, because that's the way you have to think big, you have to think scale, right? So my question is scale, right? The question related to scale. The problem is huge. It is not with Pavitra doing 1,800 or even 5,000 will not solve the problem, right? It has to be there. With the Enable India doing 50,000 people in so many is not solving the problem, right? Okay, because the population with PWDs who need help is huge. How do we scale up is my question to all of you. Pavitra, start with you.
I think the solution probably, again, with my experiences, it has to solve at the grassroots level. I mean, only then my first solution is the day we stop talking about inclusion is when we achieve inclusion. I think that's the day I'm so looking forward, because our education system today should accept everybody and ensure that including people with disabilities, get similar education like any other person, irrespective of their affordability. Though today we talk about equal education and everything, but that is actually not happening everywhere. So first is education. Two, I think we have to ensure that there is enough importance and given to the policies which is already being created. I think India has one of the most number of policies. All we need to do is execute them to the fullest extent for us to get the complete advantage and benefit of all of these policies. I think if we do these two things, because these policies have education into consideration, accessibility into consideration, employment into consideration, training into consideration, skilling into everything. I think if we and all of us, not just looking this inclusion as a CSR or a big mandate from the higher ups or the organization, we should consider this as something we have to be doing as a responsibility. And when all of us accept this, probably this will become a norm and not really an agenda which will be driven by everyone. It should become part of us. I think that's where I feel this could be solved.
Listening to you is always, I think, you have really, it has to start the way you are looking at it, right? It's a good perspective. Thank you very much for that, Pavitra. Last remarks, and how do you think we can scale up, right? The island of success, which are there, is my question to you also.
So, Pavitra has already highlighted that unless we execute what we have, we can't expect changes. We have enough rules, policies in place, and all this will have a ripple effect. So I'll tell you, I've had multiple conversations when we were in emphasis, we were accelerating organizations around assistive technology through social alpha. What we kept realizing is, unless people with disabilities also become taxpayers and start paying for the services that they need, we are not going to scale up anything, any product that we make for them, any services that we create for them. They need to be an equal partner in that. Absolutely. And that partnership will happen only when we remove all these barriers that begin at the very start of when they are born. Whether early intervention, whether education, whether higher education, all this is interlinked, and which is why we continue to have pockets of inclusion, pockets of good practices, and never a large scale impactful that covers everyone.
I think that's a fantastic way of looking at it, right? I think, this is what different perspectives bring to it, right? Thank you, Meenu, for this perspective. Last to Nayantara, to you, right? 50,000 is a good number, Nayantara. That is what you told me, right? But you also know the problem is huge. What are your viewpoints on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the way that we've been growing, or most organizations have been growing, has been very linear. You're doing 5,000 today, you're doing 7,000 tomorrow, 10,000 day after. That's not going to solve the problem. It's going to take another 100 years.
Yes.
And by then the problem will be 100 times larger. So we've actually working with the societal platform, which is an initiative of the Nilekani group. And one of the things that we've taken away from the societal platform thinking is it's very important to not distribute solutions, but distribute the ability to solve. And that is when we will be able to tackle the problem at the population level. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say is that the 0.04% of the union budget is dedicated for disability. We need more resources. Every single organization working in this space is strapped for resources. We're unable to hire talent. We're unable to spend on technology. We are dependent on CSR funding. We're dependent on funding because we have to raise the money somewhere.
Yes.
But fortunately for us, the CSR law right now insists that companies spend on social enterprises and social organizations. That has kept us afloat. But more needs to be done over there. So that's not the other thing, that because we have the world has a population of 15% of persons with disability. So India, following that same logic, would have 15% of its population and a spend of 0.04% for 15% of its population. It just doesn't make sense. And the third thing that I would like to say is what we call the purple economy or the purple movement, where we are saying the disability space has the people with disabilities and their immediate families has a spending power of $13 trillion worldwide. Why are we not leveraging this space, which will then lead to more jobs, more opportunities, more? Why can't we just have a person with disability can just book an interpreter and have an interpreter, person who's deaf? Why can't that interpreter's job be monetized enough for someone to become interested? That becomes a career choice for me to work in the sector. Why are we not selling more products and offering more services to people with disabilities? So let the non-disabled also make money from it. That is only when governments will sit up and take notice of the sector. So these are three ways in which I think that we can really look at exponential scale, because what we are doing now is very linear and it is not going to solve the problem.
I think you are right. It is linear. It's not going to solve the problem, right? Nayantara, so happy to get your perspective, right? And believe me, Enable India, is doing a phenomenal job. I have a lot of regards for Pavitra for the kind of work Vindhya Info has been doing, right? For me, it's an eye-opener which is there. And, it's so good to have your own perspective. You have gone through it. You have a very positive mindset and you look at problem in a very different way. I think that is what is required, getting, like you were talking about accessibility and all, which are very, very challenges. See, for us, we're in a space, we call it livelihood. And this whole 2-day Samvad, right, has brought in interesting perspective. The way Pavitra has looked into the same problem of scale, the way Meenu is looking at it, way Nayantara, you are looking at the problem, right, at the scale problem. I think these are different perspectives. They need to brought in together. The collaboration is very much required, because we can't work in silos, right? We can't work in, yes, everything has to be done by me only, okay, or this is the way I can do it out. Because the whole we see, in the last 2 days, it has been, the problem of livelihood is huge, right? 80 crore people in India, I'm not talking about PWD alone, 80 crore people in India still are getting fed by the government free rations, right? That's a problem, right? 43 crore people have Jandan account. We need to get these people out of this vicious circle and, make livelihood as a, as something which is a right for everyone. Ghar Ghar livelihood is something, one of the slogans which came out, right, in one of the discussions, that we need time to bring livelihood to everyone's home, right? It is there. And giving them a choice. Let the work seeker take a choice, right? Today, if he is looking at finding work, I don't want to migrate to a city for looking for work. I want to find work at home, at my own village, where I live. He should have that opportunity, is something which we are saying. You want to migrate to a bigger city? Please do, right? There's no. You want to go out for work? Please do. But if you don't want to go out for work, what is not there is work coming to your home, right? That's one thing which we are looking at now, because work from out is there. And second thing, what Nayantara, you rightly pointed out, enough jobs available, but skilled people not available, right? Talent not available. Matchmaking key problem, and this is a universal problem, right? I keep saying there are enough work opportunities and work seekers. It is need to match them. So I can go on and on. So thank you, Pavitra. Thank you, Meenu, and thank you, Nayantara, for there could not be a better ending to a session with you all three, right? You really brought a lot of interesting perspective, and we respect and regard for whatever you have shared with us today. We'll be in touch with you more, and we'll come out with a white paper, okay, and we'll share it with you and see how we can work together. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So I think we are now coming to the end of our Samvad, Parivartan Livelihood Samvad. We had, I'm looking at, is Binali there?
Yes, Manish, I'm here.
Hi, Binali.
Hi.
This closure could not have been complete without you. Okay. So happy to see you, and so happy to see you in the way you are, right? We were worried, right? You are a very important player. For everyone who was there with us, right? We have still 240 people there. Okay. Thank you very much for all these people to be there for so long, right? They have been, for the last 2 days have been really very motivating, very enlightening, lot to understand. We got a lot of good perspectives. So I think these two, this whole idea of Livelihood Samvad, which we are today having, was given to us by Binali, right? She is there. She one who came up and he told Munish, we need to do this. This event has to be there. There has to be a annual property which we have to create. She was the motivation behind. She was the idea behind this. We only executed it out, right? And this event would have not been there complete without Binali, you there. So I'm happy you could manage to be there, right? Your heart, you were there in the hospital, but your heart and mind was totally here. We know that, right? And the way you had guided us, the way you have taken us, right, has, in my view, personal view, it was a grand success, right? We had 2 days of very encouraging sessions, as I said, right? We started with Mr. Murli, who is our chairman advisory board, right? He gave how can we make livelihood a movement is what we started with, right? Our keynote speaker Ramesh actually gave a a very inverted look to be looked into, which is the set the tone of the change, the Parivartan, which we are talking, and the discourse, which is the Samvad, which we are talking, right? He said the, with his keynote address, giving the government perspective, giving the industry perspective, giving the policy perspective, giving the open views coming out, right? And then we had fireside chat session with Jeevitam. Jeevitam is a very passionate person, I keep saying. She gave that session, and then we had our start with Labour Ministry official, Mr. Via Labour Ministry official Jeevitam madam. She was there, and Raghu from Catalyst Group for there. They were very clear on how what is the role government is playing in the livelihood space. With 28 crore people on the eShram portal, they were there. So that's the way we came out, and that's all. Binali, we got this slogan of Ghar Ghar livelihood, right? So Ghar Ghar Rozgar is something, Ghar Ghar. So that is something, in last of my session also we were talking about, we all were going out for work, right? Always looking at work from home. The change which has happened, the work, how can work come to your home, is something which is a change which is there, which was very, very beautifully articulated by Raghu and Lata Gautam ma'am. So that was our first session. That was our Kickstarter session. Then we went on to gig, right? Gig Binali we have been talking about as the new opportunity, big opportunity. We had MD of Shriram Life Insurance who was talking about that. And Shriram Life Insurance alone leads 10 lakh people, financial advisors. And they say, life insurance industry needs 1 crore. If we stop everything, just focus on that. And we have 1 crore people who we can focus on, right? That's the opportunity which he spoke about. And this was very beautifully moderated by Gig. There is no better person than Ramesh to talk about Gig, right? That is the future. And, we have to look beyond job. We have to, the way he defined work is something which was very, very encouraging. Then we had session, post that we had a session, which was your project, audacious project, Vinali, which you keep talking. That was, we missed you in that session. Everyone missed you in that session, which was livelihood for women, how we have increased women workforce participation. That was there. I think you were missed. But the panelists which were there, we had Mr. Manoj Balachandran, from IBM, head IBM CSR. They are doing very good work on the STEM side, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Beti Ko Swalambi Banao. I think that's what attracted him. Yes, we need to get that thing going, right, which is there. Then there was, Vanita Datla, who brought in that amplifying everything and integrating. She brought in the thing of amplification, right? That's what she brought in. And then we had Rati there, right, talking from Milan Foundation, talking the grassroots, the rural perspective, how rural. She says rural women are no less than anyone, is something which really came out of that session. And we had yesterday, the last session, primarily was about the role of the CSR, right, which is there, right? You are driving that, right? Again, the impact is what, everyone is now looking at. CSRs are very focused on outcome, right? They are focusing on impact. And the way the CSR has now come into the mainstream in the last 2 years is something what really came out. And so Mr. Sunil Daya from Wadhwani Foundation was there to not only give India a perspective, but a global perspective, because that's how he is looking at this. He brought in a lot of the best practices from a global side, which we can incorporate in India. That is what was there. And then there was Charu Kapoor was there, who really brought in, again, very balanced perspective on how we can reimagine the skilling universe and about the role CSR can play in the livelihood space is something which Charu Kapoor. So that was a very fine day yesterday, and that motivated us actually. And we started again today's session with Big Bang session with Nishi Patankar, who is the CEO of Cse Academy. He was absolutely awesome, a very humble person, I keep saying, very knowledge, very energy person. And I think there was an eye-opener for everyone here, right? There are people from CSR universe, there are people from academia, there are people from skilling universe, startups, corporates. I think not many people know about CSC, including me. 2 years being hack, I did not have any clue. The power of CSC was shared by Mr. Rishikesh Patankar, and the role CSC Foundation, right? Because I think what they are, in the CSR space, they are doing a lot of work. They are they have all the approvals in place, and this is a myth that CSC cannot take the CSR money, right? I think he busted that myth, and the way he said all the companies can look at contributing in CSR, they are the people who are on the impact space, on the outcome base. I think no better partner than CSC to have in this space, right? Next session was on the role of the NEP on the vocational schooling side. Hey, again, here we had Rishikesh Patankar, and we had Mr. Sumit from Adobe, and Supreet from Adobe, and we have Mr. Srikant from the Telangana particular. See, Rishikesh was all about, because he is the CEO of the Cse Academy, they have around 6,000 learning centers, the whole thing was on phygital. And in that phygital thing, which is digital, physical and digital combined together was the thing which came out. And in the phygital world, Cse Academy has a very good role to play because they have around 6,000 learning centers. The way they are working in collaboration with the tech firms in making the education, vocational skilling reach out to the rural areas, to the vulnerable segment is something was very clearly highlighted. Supreet came out, like the MD of Shriram Life Insurance. He also said, Virali, this was very clear, 1 crore creative economy jobs, right? That is there available. He said, why are we not looking at it? And, everyone can look at particular thing. So creative economy jobs, and Adobe is playing a very big. For me, it's an eye-opener. I had met him recently, and I think it was probably an eye-opener for many people that, again, these are gig jobs, which are new economy creator jobs, right? Which are there, which he talked about. Mr. Srikant talked about the role that they are playing in the skilling universe, the inverted look, which they are looking at, role, the medium, medium, whether it is physical, digital, satellite, or National Institute of Open School, any medium, or voice for matter, because voice came out as a very clear differentiator, because again, giving a choice to the student, whatever medium he wants to choose, whether it is physical, whether it is digital, whether it is satellite, or whether it is voice. I think choice has to be given to him, and vocational schooling has to be a part of. So that was the outcome of the second session. Third session was on the rural side. We had from World Bank, we had Vikas Kanungo there, giving an interesting perspective. Then we had Mr. Sandeep Malhotra from IFCO, and we had from Deshpande startups, right? We had Benjamin there. They all see, rural is the next frontier, is something which really came out, right? When you are looking at a problem or livelihood, the biggest problem lies in the rural side, right? And interesting ideas came on how we can solve this problem, right? How the urban model can be replicated in the rural model with the rural model sensitivities, right? It's something which really came out, but big opportunity there. That was also there. And last session was on the inclusiveness, right? We had Pavitra, who's a very clear example, who runs a very successful 1,800 people, person with disability, people BPO. She is well recognized, well particular awarded, and she gave her perspective. Meenu Bambani, awesome. She's herself a role model. Again, that is there. And we had Nayantara coming in as a filler for Vinaya. She had some personal thing, but Nayantara was again awesome, right? The kind of work Enable India is doing into this whole particular space. But the again thing came out, the accessibility, the work from home, taking care of the accessibility thing. Again, the gig stand out. Gig stood out in the entire thing, right? Then that's the problem statement, which was saying that. And Nayantara was very, very focused on, for her also, right? The gig was an eye opener in this, especially in the 2 years crisis where corporates start hiring. The gig economy jobs came to them as a big, refreshing, opportunity which came to their way. So I'm very, very happy. Okay, Minali, thanks for you to push us, motivate us to get this thing going. My team, the whole Jeevitam team, right? They really came out so well. Each of our Jeevitam family member, right? They came out, they were working, they were burning midnight oil to make this event a success, right? The dream which you gave us, Binali, to create a property, I think this is just the beginning. Okay, that's my closing, right? It's just the beginning. We have this, I'm still in my mind now, should we make it an annual property or a biannual property, right? So, because there is so much change which is happening. 1 year is too long for me, right? Somewhere I'm getting little greedy now, after having this so much to learn from this session and, which is there. So I think we will still deliberate on. We have, documented everything, what we have learned. We have recorded everything. And one of the outcomes which was supposed to be to create a roadmap, right? So we'll call it a white paper. Okay, we'll come out that white paper so that we share it with all the industry from the government side, from the academia side, from the skilling side, from the corporate startups, from the CSR, whole particular universe will share it up, right? That's the way which is there. So that's it. Now over to you for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Manish. I think that's a mouthful, and I'm glad that this is finally coming to a successful end. Probably, this is the easiest task that I could do, and you've given me that responsibility of, amongst the range of things that have been put together to get the Samvad together. I think it's a privilege to propose a vote of thanks always and acknowledge the contribution of all those who have made this happen. There's a lot of hard work that goes into putting together events of these sizes. where a diverse set of ecosystem partners come together. It's very easy to see an agenda and say, this one is coming and that one is coming, but how they have come in, we all know the truth behind. So it's not an easy going thing that we see that, hey, there were 2 days and 8 sessions. It is much, much in depth, much, much beyond. The team, listening here, witnessing here, understands it all. I would say the first edition of Samvad 1.0 powered by Jeevitam comes to an end today. But as I see it, it's a beginning to a new. What is that new? That's a new renewed vision that we have, a new renewed direction that we have, a new renewed set of partners which we have, a renewed sense of accountability and commitment we have. Altogether, I think it's an assurance that we are on the right path and that we can create models which are audacious, full of impact. We are in tandem. It's once again proved that we are in tandem with the sustainable development goals of the country and are in the process of taking along all these valued partners to help us co-achieve these missions. I surely would want to thank our Chairman Advisory Board, Mr. Muralidharan Rajamani, whom I could just hear a little bit. And of course, I'm going to listen to all the videos and all the recordings. I don't want to miss out on the key points that they were made. For his guidance, participation, and support in making this event happen. Keynote experts, coming in from an expert like Ramesh, Kalasim definitely brought in a lot of value and helped set the tone of the event, for which we remain grateful to him forever. Fireside chats, which you talked about, people like Joyita Das, who are so deep-rooted in the sector. Rishikesh ji, yesterday and today, of course, brought in a lot of vigor and enthusiasm. And I think, as Team Jeevitam, we thank them. We can't even thank them enough for, they standing by us into this entire effort of things. All speakers, moderators, I think they deserve, who diligently shared their experiences, acknowledged the need in the communities, voiced in their support, made the Samvad a platform of true convergence. And I say convergence because, the diversification of the audiences that we had, it's a true example of convergence, something that it's not easy to put together. Our 250 plus audiences who logged in each day to hear the experts, listening is not easy. So I think a salute to them for patiently being there, supporting the experts, going session on session to listen to the experts and, sharing and guiding them in times of a Zoom fatigue is no less than a feat. So I think thank you to all the audiences who traveled that mile with us. That's very, very important. In all of this, I think it's also very important that I don't forget something which is absolutely crucial, as we say, last but not the least, our own backend team, which is the heart and soul of every event. Yes. Whether it's an in-person event, whether it's an online event, the processes are the same. The hard work is the same. The challenges are multiplied probably when it's more virtual. Sometimes the Zoom will not work. Sometimes the speaker will, scream. Sometimes the voice is dim. Sometimes the photo is not right. So there's a lot of things that, go in a virtual format. So there are never, this is a team which is never to be seen, not to be heard, as they silently work behind the scenes and make us look good. So as they say, success never comes alone. And here too, 3 claps and a huge recognition to the awesome team who made this a success. I think kudos to all of you. I would just have one request. I would want the entire Jeevitam team to switch on their cameras, come on, yes. And we should take a picture of the team, either doing this or doing this or whatever.
We'll do this. I think we'll do this. Right.
Okay, here the boss is saying do this.
Yeah.
So the entire Jeevitam team, please, on the screen and doing this. And I want someone to actually capture.
Siani, take the snap.
Please do that.
Right.
I think we should be super proud of what we've been able to put together. And I think, we should just be proud of our own team. Hey, with all hiccups, with all plus minuses, which happen in any event and every event, I think we've been able to pull this together. So I think,
are we ready for the photo? Siani, Rashmi, Utkarsha. I think we are done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Have
very
a
much.
great evening. Thank
Ali.
you so much.
Thank you. You know, for me, coming on board with us, right, is always, it was always my dream to have you on board, right? Working together is always, very refreshing, very encouraging, very motivating. And I think we are in it together. What came out today as a team, right, was somewhere you were there behind, guiding us, motivating us. So big thanks to you also, right, Vinali, as I said. And thank you. I'll say this is not the closing, this is the beginning, right? What you rightly said. So over to many such samvads and making this as a property. Thank you very much to everyone. All the best to you. Thank you. Katie, we can stop recording.
Yes, that's done.
So thank you guys. Thank you everyone. Right. We'll connect later on. Bye. Take care.
Bye everyone.